Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we're going to continue with our playthrough of Knights of the Old Republic. So, interesting developments towards the end of the last stream. We managed to find our way off of Terrace just as the Sith decided to bombard it from space. We ended up having to go through Davik to do so. Navarra is in fact wearing his armour presently, since it's quite good, at least at this stage in the game. And it turns out Navarra is some sort of Jedi prodigy. As the Jedi Masters put it, I think it was Master Zar Lestin that said that Navarra has achieved in weeks what some don't manage to achieve in years. So that's apparently a thing. We find ourselves on Dantooine. The Jedi Council, that's interesting. The Jedi Council have given us a task to complete, which is to, well, they were giving us 3 trials to earn the title of Padawan. I wonder if we actually have to do them. I intend to, but I wonder if we could actually just take off now. Anyway, We've completed 2 of them already, 1 more to go. We need to cleanse a former meditation area of the dark side taint that has taken root there. Exactly how we do so and what will be involved has been deliberately kept from us. But just as we stepped out the front door of the Jedi Academy, we were approached by a man who seemed in distress and asked us to kill all the Mandalorians in the area who had apparently been raiding the settlers. He was one of the settlers. Now that's interesting. A flying stingray. I mean, I can only assume we're not underwater. Yes, Mandalorians raiding the settlers, and apparently they killed his daughter. And I believe I agreed to look into it, although I didn't agree to kill anybody. Since this he's looking into. Is she actually dead? Does he have proof? I mean, he may know that she's dead, but all we know is a man walked up to us and asked us to kill all the Mandalorians in the area, so like I say, requires more research. And that's about where we're at. So let's get into it. Named NPC. Ah yes, you are a Jedi. I'm grateful that your people harbour me in my times of need. What happened to you? I'm a victim, a refugee. Yes, I flee. Fled from my world once the Sith fleet comes. They bomb my world, destroy it, huh? They scour the continent, spoil the oceans. Sith are bad, yes. I run here, find the Jedi already here, unknown. They take me in. I missed a bit. The Republic fights, but does not win. Not you to blame, of course, no. The Sith are strong and destroy those who oppose them, yes. My thanks you have, and your order. Is there anything else you require? I must be going now. Yes, Jedi always have more to attend to. Good day, friend Jedi. Oh, we were explicitly told that we weren't allowed to seek the help of any members of the Jedi Order on our final trial. Which I think essentially just means that we're not allowed to take Bastilla with us. But we are allowed to take other party members. John was presumably the NPC we spoke to before. Does the quest log tell us? Yes, it was John. So I see 3 more named NPCs here, at least. Wow. That's quite a beautiful sight, isn't it? Even if it's a bit blurry. Right, let's have a word with some of these other named NPCs and then we'll get a move on.
It is good sometimes to stop and reflect on the beauty of nature and the Force. I am sorry. I tend to get carried away. I do not believe we have met, apprentice. My name is Nemo. Is there something I can help you with?
Sorry, just making notes. I would like to know about you.
About me? I am truly flattered. What is it you wish to know?
Who are you?
As I have said, I believe, my name is Nemo. I am here by the will of the Jedi Council.
You're a Jedi?
Indeed, my young friend, that I am. I have served the Council for many years, and have seen many apprentices pass through this enclave.
Are you a member of the Council?
I think perhaps you place an undue importance on rank and hierarchy. Understandable, but regrettable also. We each serve in our place, high or low. Is there something else I can help you with?
Well, I don't believe I in any way implied it was important whether he was a member of the council. I was just trying to understand his role more thoroughly. I'd like to know about you.
About me?
What do you do here?
I am here by the will of the Jedi Council. I serve the good and, hopefully through that, the people of the Republic.
I'd like to ask you something else.
Is there something else I can help you with?
Right, Nemo, Jedi serves the good. In quotation marks. I have a question about Dantooine.
Very well. What is it you wish to know?
I've heard people mention Mandalorians.
Mandalorian raiders, yes. They have been preying on the settlers
Oh
in
dear,
the
what's wrong with
surrounding
his neck?
farms, stealing food, money, weapons. John was hit really hard recently. He lost his daughter. They were not a problem before, but now it would seem prudent to be rid of them. If you could accomplish this, it would not harm your training, and the settlers would greatly appreciate it. John is currently waiting to petition the council. He is on the path north of here. He might be able to tell you more about what had happened. Can I help with anything else?
Okay. I thought the Jedi were more reluctant to take life than that. It might be worth checking with some of the other masters that Nemo is a respected member of the Jedi Council. I mean, for a moment I was wondering if he was actually here to test me, see if I would actually take life freely and without much consideration. See if I'm worthy. But I doubt it, because supposing I wasn't worthy, then he would have just sent me off to kill a load of people, which I would do, potentially unnecessarily, which doesn't seem very ethical. I must be going now.
I hope your time is well spent here on Dantooine.
There was actually one other thing I wanted to ask him about.
It is good sometimes. How go your... Is there something I can help you with?
Question about Dantooine.
Very...
Master Zar said there are caves on Dantooine with lightsaber crystals.
Ah, yes. Those caves. Those caves are dangerous for the unwary. Kinreth spiders infest the places. They are attracted by the colors and heat given off by the crystals, I think. It is a pity. Those caves are strong with the Force. Is there something else I can help you with?
Kinrith spiders attracted by crystal color and heat. Good to know. I must be going now.
I hope your time is well spent here on Dantooine.
So we have Gar and Rilka.
Hello. I'm afraid I'm not very good at explaining things. If you have any questions, please ask my husband.
Aha!
Greetings, friend. I think I can safely assume you are a member of the Jedi Order. Has the Council agreed to hear our petition?
I am merely an apprentice, not a Jedi.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was mistaken. Does the Council require our presence?
I'm sorry, I do not know.
Oh, I see. I am mistaken. How may I be of assistance?
What can you tell me about Dantooine?
Well, as you can see, Dantooine is mostly plains and grassland, but it has a nice hearty soil. A lot of new people have come in the last generation or so. Well, the ones you'll most likely hear about are the Sandrels and the Matalis. Big, wealthy landowners, both of them. But Alan Matali and Nurik Sandrel just can't seem to get along. Now Alan wants to get the council to do something.
Alan Matali. Nurik Sandrel. Do something? Has something happened?
Well, from what I hear, it started about a week ago. See, Nurik's son, Cassis, is an archaeologist. Bright lad, too, but he disappeared. Nurik, of course, blamed Alan, but even he didn't take it before the council. But now, Alan's son, Shen, has disappeared as well, and no one knows where he's gone. Alan blames Nurik. He thinks he's kidnapped his son. I don't know exactly what he wants to ask the council, but from what I know of Alan, he's probably going to be after blood. Is there anything else you require?
Who are you?
My name is Gar. Me and my fine wife, Rilke, here,
A pleasure.
live on one of the northern farms. But the Kath Hounds and the Mandalorian problem has been getting really bad of late, and we're here to ask the Jedi Council to help.
Mandalorians here.
Ever since the Republic beat them years ago, little groups have been roaming all over the place. With the Sith invasion, the Republic doesn't have the manpower to hunt them down. The Jedi are even worse off because Malak has been hunting them specifically. They're worried that he might even be supporting these raiders, so don't want to face them directly. That puts us in a kind of hard situation. Is there anything else I can help you with?
You mentioned Kath Hounds?
Recently, the Kath Hounds have been acting much more aggressively. They've even attacked some of the settlers. Those Mandalorian raiders have been milking the outlying farms dry, too. I hear John got hit really bad. Too bad about his daughter. I'm not sure exactly what the council will do about it, but we need some help with this. I only hope they'll listen to me. Is there anything else you require?
What about John and his daughter?
His daughter was killed by Mandalorians when their farm was raided. He's been taking it pretty hard. If you want to ask him about it, he's just north of here. It's not my place to say anything else. Is there anything else you require?
I must be going now.
Farewell, then. May the Force be with you. Is that how it goes? Yes. May the Force be with you.
Something seems to be bothering Karth. Maybe you should speak to him and see if you can get him to open up about it. Speak to Karth.
Yes, what's on your mind?
I just want to talk with you.
Oh, you want to argue some more, is that it?
No, I don't want to argue with you.
And I don't want to argue with you either. I mean, you seem sincere enough, I guess. I just don't trust easily. And for good reasons, which are my own.
I can make you talk, Karth, trust me. But we have to work together, Karth, so it's plenty to do with me.
Damn it. I suppose I won't get any rest until I talk, will I? You want to know why I don't trust anyone? Fine. Here goes. 5 years ago, the Jedi had just finished the war with the Mandalorians. Revan and Malak were heroes. I was damn proud to have served in their fleet. It was completely unexpected when they turned on us, invading the Republic while we were still weak. Nobody knew what to think, least of all me. Our heroes had become brutal, conquering Sith, and we were all but helpless before them. I mean, think about it. If you can't even trust the best of the Jedi, who can you trust?
So my choices are, what do I have to do with Malak and Revan? They turn to the dark side, obviously. Why is it so personal? Or I suppose you can't. That must have been hard to take. I don't like any of the options that much, but let's go with number one. What do I have to do with Malak and Revan?
It's not that. That's not what I mean. There were others. Good, solid, trusted men who joined them. Malak and Revan and the Sith deserve to die for what they've done. But the ones who fled the Republic and joined them are even worse. The dark side has nothing to do with why they joined with the Sith. They deserve no mercy.
You say that with such hatred.
I know. And I should apologize to you. I've become so accustomed to expecting the worst in others, and you've done nothing to deserve that. It's just... Oh, never mind. Let's just continue with what we were doing. I'd rather not talk about it.
Minor breakthrough. It's obvious Calf is emotionally scarred by the betrayals of friends and allies at the start of the Sith War. There's probably more to the story, but he doesn't want to discuss it right now. Alright, first thing I want to do is check in with the Jedi Council. Make sure they are 100% okay with my going after Mandalorians. Because a lot of people, including Nemo, who is a member of the Jedi Order, have suggested it. But I have some doubts. Just writing down some names that I didn't write down last time. Vanda Tokare and Varuk Lamar. Let's start with Bastilla.
If you have questions, you should direct them toward the Jedi Council members.
Okay then. Good talk, thank you.
Good evening, apprentice. I trust your training goes well.
I'd like to ask you some questions.
A Jedi must ever be seeking knowledge. What is it you wish to know?
Can you tell me about Bastilla? Is there anything you can tell me about Reverend Malak? Master of Rook doesn't seem to like me very much. Why does the Council do nothing about the Mandalorian raiders?
The Mandalorians have not hurt anyone before now. We thought they would keep their activities down with our presence here, but it seems we were tragically wrong. You may deal with the Mandalorian raiders should you meet them. It might be good training to test your fighting skills this way. Is there anything else you would like to know?
I must be going now.
Very well. May the Force be with you.
Alright, that's clear. If a member of the Jedi Council on Dantooine says that it's fine for me to go after those raiders, then I take it that it's fine for me to go after my raiders. After the raiders. What a beautiful animal. Oh, see. Oh, sorry, Elise.
Greetings, young Jedi. I wonder if you could assist me. I seem to have lost my companion, you see?
Uh-huh. Your companion?
We were working on my farm to the north of here. I was working in the garden outside, and he was working inside. I heard the door to the house open, but not close. I went to see and found it wide open. I searched everywhere and could not find him. I worry so much. I need him back so badly. I wonder if he... Could he have been kidnapped?
This is, does anyone hold a grudge against him?
Not that I know of. None of my neighbors really know he's there. Maybe it was the Mandalorians. Or maybe Cathhounds. But no, Cathhounds are not intelligent enough to open doors. Although they have been more vicious lately. No, it must have been someone who could open the door by himself. Come to think of it, the door was locked.
Could it have been opened from the inside?
Well, yes, it could have. But he had no reason to run away.
I thought
His
so.
programming...
He's a droid. I don't think any of these responses are appropriate. I don't think the fact that they're a droid is particularly... Well, I mean, it's useful information to have, obviously. If we're going to find someone, it's useful if we know about them. But I don't see that there's anything wrong with it. But I mean, I think the subtext here is that she's attracted to this droid, and that's such a shameful thing that she's made sure the neighbours don't know about it. We'll see, though. Your missing companion is a droid.
Well, yes. He is a droid, but he's very valuable to me all the same. He's the last piece of my poor passed-away husband that I have left. He is very dear to me, my precious is. I don't know what I'd do without him. He's the only companionship I have on all of Dantooine.
Again, neither of these responses are 100% appropriate. At least the second one sort of gets to the point of what is his function, which would help narrow down what type of droid he is. What exactly did you use him for again?
He is a personal assistance droid. My husband was a genius at constructing droids. He made this one capable of taking care of me for the rest of my life. As the last legacy of my husband, for my own personal ease of mind, I need him back. His absence gnaws at me like a gaping wound.
Wow, she really misses her droid, doesn't she?
Please, I beg of you, return my droid to me.
If I happen to see him, I will send him back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Master Jedi. If you find him, please send him home to me. I need him so much.
I'm an apprentice, not a Master Jedi. Adam Larp. Greetings, human sentient. Sorry, fellow sentient. I notice you are not heavily armed. Or at least, not heavily armed enough. Please allow myself to introduce myself. I am Adam, a simple merchant with a much noble purpose. Purpose? Yes, purpose. The settlers and noble humans of Dantooine have been plagued by Cathans, raiders, and other fearsome troubles of late. It is much, much too sad to see these things happen to such people as this. Therefore, I've made this my mission to be... the language he is speaking sounds like Thai, stroke Vietnamese. Why can I not say that all of a sudden? Vietnamese. I don't know. It's probably just a nonsense language anyway, not even a conlang, just noises that an actor was asked to read out. You're trying to sell me something, aren't you? To overcome their troubles, they must be able to defend themselves. Therefore, I shall offer the highest quality of weapons at the lowest of low of prices for them. I am here, offering you much in the way of weaponry at low, low prices. How can any sentient pass up such a bargain? They cannot! Weaponry it is, and weaponry I have. What is it you'd like from me this fine day? Let me see what you're selling. Yes, yes, here is the best you can find anywhere on this world. The Sinagar war suit. That's actually very close to Davik's suit. I think the exact bonuses are slightly different. but equivalent, as I say. Oh, that's a nice piece of armour. Way out of our budget, though. Can you imagine, though? The armour of Cassius Fett, the most wanted man in known space, famous for killing the captain of a flagship Republic frigate at the Battle of Jeger's Cluster, is presumed dead. Bronzium light battle armour. This molded armour is made of better materials than standard military issue, but is still relatively cheap and easy to mass produce, making it ideal for light militias and the like. The adhesive grenades could be good. It's got quite a range of grenades, actually. I could see us buying some of them if we had more. Given how low we are on funds, though, I don't want to be over eager to spend it. Alright. Certainly noted. It is tempting to buy a map from him, assuming he sells one. Interesting. Those must be Cath hounds. Okie dokie. Wait, I did that wrong. There we go. Is there a quicker way I can change character, I wonder? Yeah. Navarro should probably stand here until they approach.
Take that!
Do you mind? Cheeky, aren't they? Poor mission. I'm not sure what Navarra can do to make sure she keeps aggro, though. I mean, the tone he speaks. I don't know, you might be right.
What?
What? Take that! Take that!
Hold on. Wait. Let's finish the combat here. And then I want to check something.
What?
Huh?
Horn Cath Hound, interesting.
Down you go! Time to rumble!
You'll never get me! Take that!
Wonderful. The thing I wanted to check was which direction did they say we were supposed to be going in? To the southeast. Which is, broadly speaking, the direction we're headed in. Path south. Interesting, so actually it could be either direction. if I can avoid it. I don't want to use up.
Huh?
Consumable resources on the native wildlife. But this is potentially quite difficult because there's going to be, well, both due to the fact that there's at least 5 there, and that 2 of them are the tougher variety. I think we take out the less tough ones first. And let Navarra tank. That's interesting. One of the horned ones ran away instead. Okay. That wasn't too bad in the end. I'm convinced there was another horned... What do they call them? I keep thinking Nyx Hound, but that's from Morrowind. Pass south again. Strange ruins. Ooh. That was interesting. I thought that cinematic was supposed to show us going into the ruins, but we actually had a special cinematic for just approaching the ruins. How are we doing on health? So. The heavy stone door is sealed. The door is too thick to be cut through with a lightsaber.
What?
I don't remember that from any of the films.
Yeah?
They're always too eager to show lightsabers being... cutting through... various very well reinforced surfaces. But okie doke. Let's make our way south. Matale grounds. That's one of the main families, isn't it? Okay. So is one of this going to lead to Matale grounds and the other one to the other family? Horned Cathound. Oh, that must be the one that got away. Interesting. Did it just run behind us for some reason? Right, what was the name of the other family? It was... Sandral? Nope, both go to Matale. Blimey. Big open space. Mandalorians. Interesting.
You've been holding out on us, kid. You haven't given us enough money, I guess we're gonna have to take it out of you piece by piece.
No, please. Take my wife and children instead.
Uh-huh. Okie dokie. So that must be the Juros that we were told about. Right. Keep those two busy for me while I take on the Mandalorian. Okay, he's actually challenging. Are we in trouble here? Please take out the other. Weaker ones. He just threw a grenade.
Ready?
Journal entry added, eh? Right, let's look at this journal entry. Mandalorian raiders. You've encountered some of the Mandalorian raiders plaguing Dantooine and slain them. They did not seem as organised or as powerful as you had been led to believe. Perhaps you've not yet met their most powerful members. Uh-huh. I don't know who these items belong to, which is a problem. Oh, he had adrenal stamina, but he didn't use it. I should leave that. I think I do need to heal up now, though. Hopefully that'll do for now. It's a bit of a balancing act. Obviously, I don't want to use too much of the healing items, because then we may run out when we really need it. But on the other hand, I don't want to find myself in a combat that I really struggle with. We'll come back here. I don't want to end up finding myself in a combat that I really struggle with if I'm a bit low on health. Or when I'm a bit low on health, I suppose. That must be the way we came. Interesting. Interesting bridge. I wonder what it's made from. Looks like some sort of fancy coloured concrete. Is that the Mandalorian base? That must be the other way I could have entered.
You asked for this!
That didn't go too well, did it? Ow. Starting to wonder if I would have been better off picking a force ability like Force Push. Right, let's check if this takes us back where we're expecting it to. Yeah, I think it has, although it's interesting that some of the enemies seem to have respawned, the Cath Hounds.
Let's go!
Is it possible that I just missed that? This is getting a bit ridiculous. Ah, I am being pensive here. Okay. Out of curiosity, how close am I to leveling? What, we'd need just under 6,000? So that'd be about 30 of the Cath Hounds worth of experience, I think. I mean, yeah, I mean, if there's a limitless supply of them, then you absolutely could grind out a few levels if you're patient enough. I'm not suggesting we will, but it's feasible.
You asked for this!
Practical even. Hello, game? Oh, I see. The combat ended and then the game was immediately paused because we'd seen another enemy. Don't go after mission. Actually, changed my mind. Let's go back to the more slow and careful strategy of letting the ranged users open up and then our tank moves in. That backfired. No, I think we're good.
Ready.
Calf needs a little heal though. Ah, that's another way to the Grove. So actually there are two entrances to the Grove that are a long way apart. Interesting. Matali Estate. Oh, that's what we saw. That wasn't the Mandalorian base at all. I forgot. I could... Wait, can I do that? I guess I can. I should probably have been using energy resistance, shouldn't I? Although I'm not sure it protects us against physical damage, to be fair. That's worth double checking. This page lists your force powers. Using a force power requires force points. Your light stroke dark side rating affects the force point cost of some powers. The further you stray to the dark side, the more expensive light side powers become, and the less expensive dark side powers become, and vice versa. How do I know if a power is considered to be light side or dark side? Affiliated. Anyway, energy resistance. Damage from sonic, fire, cold and electrical attacks. Okie doke. So I guess the force jump must have been one which we automatically gained. Can I test that somehow? Jedi Sense. The Jedi develops a connection to the Force that allows them to better sense incoming attacks. This feature grants +2 defense and is always active. Very nice. Force Jump. Requires lightsaber. The Jedi knows that if diplomacy fails, combat must be swift and decisive. When an opponent at range is targeted with a standard lightsaber melee attack, this feature allows Guardians to make a quick series of jumps and rolls to close the distance almost instantly. This feature is automatic when wielding a lightsaber and targeting opponents with a standard melee attack from more than 10 meters away. The Jedi must have a clear line of sight to the opponent. Use a feature or special ability negates this ability. Force sensitive. Jedi training affects each Padawan uniquely, allowing them to grow in ability while addressing personal flaws. On rare occasions, however, exceptional individuals open doors to strengths they did not know they had. This feature represents a heightened connection to the Force previously unseen in a newly trained Jedi. This feature grants 40 additional Force points to the character's base total. That's pretty amazing. Goodness. Still, that answers a few questions. Ooh. 2 moons? Presumably? Very close moons. Right, we could ask about their son while we're here. Tally droid.
This is private property. By what authority are you trespassing on this estate?
If I had the authority, then I wouldn't be trespassing. I'm sorry, I'll be going now.
Leave immediately. Only those on official family business are permitted within the estate.
These settlers have come to Dantooine seeking privacy. Perhaps we should respect their wishes.
Alrighty. I mean, I have no right to just bust in there. But if we have reason to suspect them of anything in future, that may change. They're the ones that might have the son of the Sandral family, because the Sandral family had the archaeologist's son that went missing, and then subsequently wait, have I got that the wrong way round? The Sandral had an archaeologist's son that disappeared, and then the Metallo son disappeared after that. Okay, I take it back. Well, they might have the archaeologist's son, to be fair, we don't know. But it's the other family that it looked like might have, we don't know yet, taken one of the sons as some form of retribution. Right, let's head into the grove. Blimey.
Take that! Take that!
You asked for this!
Okay, this is actually quite bad. We're getting surrounded.
How'd you like that?
Doing poorly on our rolls. No, take out the less tanky opponents first. Since that's the fastest way to decrease the damage over time we're taking. Okay, that could have been a lot worse. Sandral grounds, interesting. So the Sandral had the archaeologist's son. They would be the ones, presumably, to talk about the ruins? Bollock. Apprentice, your arrival here is well timed. Who are you? I am Bollock, a Jedi from the Enclave. I was sent by the Jedi Council to investigate a killing that took place here a few hours ago. Communication does not pose a problem, as both the suspects and I speak Basic and Huttese. I was going to handle this case myself, but now that you are here, this could be an excellent opportunity for you to demonstrate how well you have been learning your lessons at the Academy. Though you are not yet a full Jedi, perhaps you could assist me in sorting out the truth from the lies. So, Bollock, Jedi policeman? What do you want me to do? Listen to the stories given by the two suspects. I brought an information retrieval droid with access to the archives both at the Jedi Enclave and the planetary capital. I will use my wisdom and experience to offer you some guidance, but I will not solve the case for you. There is little benefit if you do not solve the problem yourself. so you already think you have it solved. Consider each man's account and check the facts with the information droid. Once you've gathered all the evidence you think you need, run through the possible scenario with me. If you're unable to come to a satisfactory resolution, then I'll take these men to the Enclave and deal with this myself. According to the accounts of the participants, these three men were out here in the field together earlier before the clouds broke. I found that very odd, for most people would seek shelter indoors when the sky is filled with dark storm clouds as it was earlier today, but that is not the most puzzling aspect of the case. The dead man, KOTOR Netic, was shot in the back with a blaster rifle. A rifle was found lying near his body with bloodstains on it. It has been sent to the Enclave for analysis. 2 other men were found at the scene when I arrived. One was Handon Gold, he was unarmed. The other was Ricard Lustov, who was carrying a hunting laser. Both men say they did not do anything and that they came across the body, but both also accuse the other. Obviously there is more to this than what we have been told. Is there anything else I should know? There is one last thing. When I arrived, Handon was holding his side and Ricard was favouring one of his legs. You would do well to remember this as we progress through the case. Handon holding side, Ricard favouring leg. Okie doke. You have been approached by Jedi Boluk, who requires your assistance in resolving a complicated crime he has encountered. Hopes your understanding of human nature can clarify the contradictory statements of the witnesses at the scene. Oh, I see. Though he thought I would do a particularly good job because of my species. That clearly went over my head initially. Where's the body? There. KOTOR Netic. Deceased. Blaster. Rifle. Shot to the back. It would help if I spelt rifle properly and not spell it riffle. There we go. The body of KOTOR Netic, who was apparently shot from behind with a blaster. I could have sworn that Boluk said it was a blaster rifle specifically though, which is interesting. So the first thing I should do is probably speak to the information droid, preferably in private, so I know what the facts of the case notionally are before I before I interrogate both men.
Greetings, apprentice. You must be the one Master Boluk has enlisted to help you with this problem. I am an information retrieval droid. I can assist you by accessing the records of both the Jedi Enclave and the central government facilities here on Dantooine. If you have any need of my services, please do not hesitate to talk to me. I have already retrieved some information from the archives on Netic, Ricard Lusoff, and Handon Gould. I have also had time to examine the body of Mr. Netic. Is there any information you require?
What did you find out about the body?
My preliminary analysis of the body indicates that he was killed approximately 3 hours ago by a single energy blast to the torso. Is there any other information you need?
That's useful. 3 hours ago. Tell me about these planes.
These plains are rife with wild animals, not all of them benign. The Iriars are mostly docile, but can easily be provoked to violence. Calfhounds, on the other hand, are much more deadly. There have been over 35 catalogued attacks on settlers by calfhounds in the last 2 weeks. A general advisory was given out 3 days ago to carry a weapon at all times when on the plains. Small farms and holdings dot the plains and can provide safe refuge for those in need. Is there any other information you need?
I'd like to hear that bit again.
These plains are rife with wild animals, not all of them benign. The Iriars are mostly docile, but can easily be provoked to violence. Calfhounds, on the other hand, are much more deadly. There have been over 35 catalogued attacks on settlers by calfhounds in the last 2 weeks. A general advisory was given out 3 days ago to carry a weapon at all times when on the plains. Small farms and holdings dot the plains and can provide safe refuge for those in need. Is there any other information you need?
General advisory issued to carry weapons when on planes 3 days ago. I will have more questions later.
Very well. I will be here to assist you.
Right, let's get this underway. Mr. Lassoff.
Another Jedi, huh? Helping that Twi'lek investigate, no doubt. He seems stumped. I'm Ricard Lusoff. Maybe you can figure this out and let me get out of here.
Tell me what happened.
Well, I was out hunting Irias when I spotted one over here by the bridge. I pull out my rifle and aim at it. I couldn't see it that well, mind you, because the damn sun was in my eyes. So I shoot it and it drops. I walk over here and find Handon standing over Calder's body. So why don't you get this whole farce over with and send that whiner Handon to the prison he belongs in?
Okay. So it sounds like there's at least a possibility that he could have shot the man by mistake.
Is there any other information you need? Very well. I will be here to assist you.
He didn't tell me what direction he was approaching from, though. Where would the sun have been? I mean, we're not on Earth, so I can't rely on rises in the east, sets in the west. You may leave if you wish, but if you do, I will have no chance but tell the Jedi Council that you lack the wisdom to solve this case. Charming. Right, what direction am I looking in now? I'm looking south. So it's reasonable to assume that the sun probably... No, I can't assume the sun rises in the north and sets in the south, can I? Because the sun could have gone along there, for example. Oops. Could have been going along there. I don't know where on the planet we are. We might be at one of the poles. For all I know. Okay. Handon Gold.
Ah, greetings. You must be assisting Master Baluk in his investigation. I'm Handon Gould. Perhaps you've heard of me?
Should I have?
I guess under the circumstances, no. Well, I presume you wish to hear my story, then. I shall tell you, of course, but there's not much to it. I'm sure that you'll agree that Rickard is quite obviously guilty of murder. You see, I was out here running earlier today. Yes, running. I do that a lot. Can't stand speeders, never use them. Keeps me in shape, too, you know. Anyway, I was out running on the other side of that bridge there, and all of a sudden I heard a shot coming from over here. I ran over and found this man Calder lying on the ground, dead.
Go on.
And I saw Rickard come skulking out of the shadows of the rocks south of the river. And I knew something was wrong. I hit my emergency button and called the Enclave right away. Well, there. That's my story. Now, please hurry this up and arrest Rickard so I can get on with my day.
Why is he acting injured? That's the injured animation. South of the river, you say? I'm looking east right now.
Is there any other... Very well.
So, what do you want to know?
He was limping, was he? Sounds to me like there's at least a chance. I'm not going to jump the gun. We'll see what this turns up. Sounds like there's at least a chance that they both decided to kill this man and then came up with stories that would each make it sound like an innocent accident, assuming this isn't a world where they would incarcerate or otherwise punish an individual for accidentally shooting somebody. What did you see happen?
Well, I was out hunting Irias south of here, and I saw one over by the bridge. The sun was pretty much right behind it, though, so I couldn't see it none too clearly. I shot, and when I came over here, I found Handon standing over the body, holding his side. There wasn't an Irias in sight. I think he might have taken it. Calder must have been hunting it himself, because there was a rifle lying close to the body. Bullock's got that now. Mine, too. I want that back.
I want to ask you something else.
So, what do you want to know?
Why were you out here?
I told you already, didn't I? Was hunting some Irias. Haven't seen many in the area recently, what with those cat hounds acting up. But they're still around. Was in my blind a little south of here when I spotted one, like I said before. I shot, pow, went down. But when I come over here, there's Handon standing over the body and the Irias was gone. Now, I don't have nothing to do with this, so can I go now?
Not just yet.
Ah, so, what do you want to know?
Bullock said you were limping. Are you hurt?
Well, I kind of sprained my ankle running through the bush before I found the body, but it's nothing that serious.
That's all for now.
Right.
How can I be of further assistance?
What did you see happen?
Well, actually, I didn't see anything. I was over across the bridge. I heard a shot and came over. I can tell you I was sure surprised to see Calder's body lying there. I just got here when I saw Rickard coming out of the rocks holding his blaster. I was terrified. I had no idea what he was going to do, so I hit my emergency button and called the Enclave. Master Balut came out here with his droid and started questioning us. I think he really doesn't understand what's going on. I hope that you'll be able to make a more informed decision and get me out of here soon. I have things I have to do.
We don't have a motive yet, which doesn't help. I mean, I suppose it's not strictly necessary if you could prove what happened anyway, but it would be nice. I want to ask you something else.
How can I be of further assistance?
Why were you out here?
I was taking my daily constitutional. I just happened to be running by when I heard a shot. I ran over and found Calder's body lying there.
Do you often run around the plains?
Yes, quite often. I generally prefer running to anything else. Can't stand speeders. A healthy body will breed a healthy mind, as I always say.
Where's his weapon? We've heard that the deceased had a weapon on them, and we've heard that Lasov had a weapon, but we also know that there had been a general advisory issued that everyone should have a weapon on them due to the increasing attacks from the Cath Hounds. You're holding your side. Are you injured?
Injured? No, of course not. Why would I have been? Fit as a bantha. I run. I don't know if I mentioned it.
That's all for now.
Of course, of course. Listen, if you need anything, I shall be glad to assist.
Is there any other information you need? My preliminary analysis of the body indicates that he was killed approximately 3 hours ago by a single energy blast to the torso. Is there any other information you need? Very well. I will be here to assist you.
Shot from behind with a blaster. So he was looking the other way. I'm not convinced Anton Gold would have been just running around without a weapon on him.
Yeah?
Under the circumstances.
I'm here.
Uh-huh.
What?
The hunter said he had a blind on one side of the river. It's crawling with Cath Hounds on that side now, though. What was Netic doing out here? I mean, it doesn't look like we're in a field right now. I mean, not a agricultural field, I mean. It's not like these are wildflowers, not crops. Right, if Boluk has the weapons, we should speak to him.
Beg
Yes, is there something I can do to help you in this investigation? Oh, I don't even have a option to say I've solved the case yet. I want to discuss the murder. Very well. We should start at the beginning. If we find the truth behind each piece of the puzzle, we will no doubt resolve the case. Handon said that he was nearby and heard a shot and ran over, only to find KOTOR already dead. He said Rickard came out of the shadow of the rocks holding a blaster in his hands. Rickard said that he was hunting Iriaz, saw one through the glare of the sun and shot at it. It is possible that Rickard may have shot KOTOR accidentally, and Handon may have found the body. That seems a very unlikely explanation. It's more likely that at least one of them is lying. I could have sworn we were originally told it was a blaster rifle. Obviously one of these men is not telling us something, but where does the truth lie? I do not know. Perhaps you should examine the witnesses' stories more closely. Also, you can always speak with the information retrieval droid to gain access to data from the Jedi Enclave that pertains to the case. Right, what I wanted to establish was the weapons you apparently have taken possession of. What were they? Where were they when you took them? I'll continue my investigation.
Is there any other... My preliminary analysis of the body indicates that he was killed approximately 3 hours ago by a single energy blast to the torso. Is there any other information you need? These plains are rife with wild animals, not all of them benign. The Iriaz are mostly docile, but can easily be provoked to violence. Calf hounds, on the other hand, are much more deadly. There have been over 35 catalogued attacks on settlers by calf hounds in the last 2 weeks. A general advisory was given out 3 days ago to carry a weapon at all times when on the plains. Small farms and holdings dot the plains and can provide safe refuge for those in need. Is there any other information you need? Very well. I will be here to assist you.
So, what do you want to know? Well, I was out hunting Iriaz south of here, and I saw one over by the bridge. The sun was pretty much right behind it, though, so I couldn't see it none too clearly. I shot, and when I came over here, I found Handon standing over the body, holding his side. There wasn't an Iriaz in sight. I think he might have taken it. Calder must have been hunting it himself, because there was a rifle lying close to the body. Bullock's got that now. Mine, too. I want that back.
That's all for now.
Right.
How can I be of further assistance? Well, actually, I didn't see anything. I was over across the bridge. I heard a shot and came over. I can tell you I was sure surprised to see Calder's body lying there. I just got here when I saw Rickard coming out of the rocks holding his blaster. I was terrified. I had no idea what he was going to do, so I hit my emergency button and called the Enclave. Master Baloo came out here with his droid and we started questioning us. I think he really doesn't understand what's going on. I hope that you'll be able to make a more informed decision and get me out of here soon. I have things I have to do.
That's all for now.
Of course, of course. Listen, if you need anything, I shall be glad to assist.
So, hold on. I want to hear his side again.
What do you want to... Well, I was out hunting Iriaz south of here, and I saw one over by the bridge. The sun was pretty much right behind it, though, so I couldn't see it none too clearly. I shot, and when I came over here, I found Handon standing over the body, holding his side. There wasn't an Iriaz in sight. I think he might have taken it. Calder must have been hunting it himself, because there was a rifle lying close to the body. Bullock's got that now. Mine, too. I want that back.
What happened to the Iriaz? Neither of them would have had the chance to take it away, so presumably there wasn't one.
So, what do you want?
Let me hear that again?
Well, I was out hunting Iriaz south of here, and I saw one over by the bridge. The sun was pretty much right behind it, though, so I couldn't see it none too clearly. I shot, and when I came over here, I found Handon standing over the body, holding his side. There wasn't an Iriaz in sight. I think he might have taken it. Calder must have been hunting it himself, because there was a rifle lying close to the body. Bullock's got that now. Mine, too. I want that back.
So why didn't Gold have any weapon on him?
So, what do you...
Why were you out here? Let's listen to that again.
I told you already, didn't I? Was hunting some Iriaz. Haven't seen many in the area recently, what with those cat hounds acting up. But they're still around. Was in my blind a little south of here when I spotted one, like I said before. I shot, pow, went down. But when I come over here, there's Handon standing over the body and the Iriaz was gone. Now, I don't have nothing to do with this, so can I go now?
Not just yet.
Ah, you pleader. Jeez. So, what do you want to know?
Nothing more right now.
Right.
See, his story that he sprained his ankle, although it seems very convenient, is plausible. The idea that Handon isn't injured, though, is a bit harder to believe.
How can I be of further assistance?
Why were you out here?
I was taking my daily constitutional. I just happened to be running by when I heard a shot. I ran over and found Calder's body lying there.
Do you often run around the plains?
Yes, quite often. I generally prefer running to anything else. Can't stand speeders. A healthy body will breed a healthy mind, as I always say.
That's all for now.
Of course, of course. Listen, if you need anything, I shall be glad to assist.
I'm convinced Handon is lying. That doesn't tell me what the truth is, but there's no doubt to me, in my mind, that Handon Gold isn't telling me the whole story. Ricard Lussoff, I'm still suspicious of, but his story is more believable. I do wonder if Lussoff's shot actually hit Gold, and that's why he's injured. But then that doesn't understand why there's a dead man here. Shot in the back. In the back. So he didn't know about his attacker. We don't really have any enough evidence either way, but a explanation could be that they decided they wanted Netic dead, and either Lasov was supposed to was supposed to hit Netic, but missed and hit Gold instead, or he was supposed to miss his shot and it was only supposed to lead to Netic turning around, and then Gold shot Netic at close range from behind. That's why it'd be so nice to talk to Boluk about the weapons, because he would know if there were only 2 weapons or 3. That would be really useful information about right now. If he's injured, right, he is injured. We don't know how he was injured. But he is injured and he doesn't want to tell us about it. It only makes, if Lasov had shot him, it only makes sense that he would try and cover up that fact if they had been accomplices. Or, I suppose, if they really liked each other, if they were very good friends or something. But if it was an accident, then he wouldn't have to cover it up. He's clearly covering up for whoever hurt him. Why would... Why would they both be injured? The fact that Netic was shot in the back either implies that he didn't know about the attacker, or he didn't perceive them as a threat. I can't quite and completely figure out what happened here, but I reckon it was something along the lines of one of them was hiding, that they had decided they wanted to kill this man. They had decided mutually that they wanted to kill Netic. One of them had a blaster of some description and was hiding a ways away. The other one was with Netic at the time, notionally a friend. Then the one that was a long way away took their shot, missed, hit the other one. So if it was Gold that was hit, then it's in the torso. If it was Luskov that was hit, then it was in the leg or the foot. Then Netic turned around, tried to fire back, hit the other one, and then the one that was close by shot him in the back. And it's quite likely the original plan was that the one far further away, the sniper as it were, was probably just supposed to take him out. In fact, there's no obvious reason for these men to be in this area. It's quite likely that one of them lured Netic out here on false pretenses. Again, I don't have proof for a lot of this, but that's the only explanation I can think of that explains all the evidence off the top of my head and isn't absurdly unlikely. Not enough to convict either man on, but I am satisfied they're both lying. Yes, is there something I can do to help you in this investigation? I want to discuss the murder. Very well, we should start at the beginning. If we find the truth behind each piece of the puzzle, we will no doubt resolve the case. Anton said he was nearby and heard a shot and ran over, only to find KOTOR already dead. He said Rickard came out of the shadow of the rocks holding a blaster in his hands. Rickard said that he was hunting Iriaz, saw one through the glare of the sun and shot at it. It is possible that Rickard may have shot KOTOR accidentally and Handon may have found the body, but that seems a very unlikely explanation. It is more likely that at least one of them is lying. Obviously one of these men is not telling us something, but where does the truth lie? Handon is lying. Why do you believe that? He didn't mention the weapon found by the body, that's true. Unfortunately, because we haven't been able to discuss weapons with Boluk, we don't actually know which weapons were taken in. I was thinking more about the fact that he point blank told me he wasn't injured when he clearly was. He didn't mention the weapon found by the body. True, he didn't mention it, but he didn't deny it was there either. It simply had no bearing on the questioners asked. I do not believe this is definitive evidence. What he said was not directly false. If you are unable to deduce the facts of this case, I will have to take these men to the Enclave and deal with this myself. But since you have talked to the suspects, there is no harm in you trying a bit more. I know who is lying now. Very well, I believe there may yet be a chance of you solving this. Where does the truth lie? Rickard is lying. Why do you believe that? It was cloudy, there was no sun glare. That's true. I'd forgotten that. Yes, well done. It was very cloudy this morning. If it had happened as Rickard said, the sun would not have been visible at the time of the killing. You seem to have caught Rickard in a bit of a lie. It seems I was correct in assuming you could help with this case. This lie doesn't prove Rickard is guilty, but I think you have taken the first step in unravelling this mystery. We should proceed on the next point. We need to find a motive for the killing. Maybe you should talk to the men about their relationship with the victim. If there is anything you need, I'll remain here while you question the witness.
How can I be of further assistance?
Did you know the victim?
I knew him a little bit, but I was not any sort of great friend to him or anything. I never really associated with him that much. In truth, I didn't really want to. He had a reputation. Very inconsiderate of family, I heard. But merely having heard unkind things about someone wouldn't make me want to kill him.
I want to ask you something else.
How can I be of further assistance?
Why would someone want to kill him?
Well, you see, Calder was involved in some pretty sordid business from time to time. More often than not, I've heard. Disreputable business practices, even more disreputable clients. I've even heard he had dealings with a hut. A hut here on Dantooine. Now, I bet you're wondering if I had any reasons to kill the man, but I tell you, I hardly knew him. I saw him once or twice, yes, and I've heard some pretty unkind things about him, but certainly nothing that would make me want to kill him.
That's all for now.
Of course, of course. Listen, if you need anything, I shall be glad to assist.
So, what do you want to know?
Did you know the victim?
Yeah, I knew him. Hell, we've known each other for a good long time. Doesn't mean I really have to have liked the slimeball. Maybe I shouldn't be so hard on him. Especially now that he's dead. We actually got along pretty well most of the time. We just had our differences. We were actually business partners. We were involved in some orbit-to-ground transport operations for Aerotech. Can I leave now? I should probably be the one to give the news to his wife.
Business partner with victim. I want to ask you something else.
So, what do you want to know?
Why would someone want to kill him?
You Jedi are so predictable, always seeing some greater purpose behind everything, when the simple answer is usually the right one. Can't you see that it must have been Handon? I found him standing over the damned body. I don't know why this is causing you so much trouble. You almost seem as lost as this Baluk guy.
That's all for now.
Right.
Problem is, they both could be. I don't have a very good way to verify what they've just told me. Let's see if the information droid's any help.
Is there any other information you need?
What can you tell me about Calder and Handon?
The Southwood Speeder rental business has records that over the past several weeks, a speeder had been rented by Mr. Nettic and Mr. Gould. Is there any other information you need?
Interesting. They rented a speeder together, did they? What can you tell me about Calder and Rickard?
According to the municipal authorities near the Garan spaceport, there had been news of violent drunken activity in a cantina attached to the port. Apparently, a Mr. R. Lusoff was making accusations at a Mr. C. Nettic about cheating him in a business deal. Jedi Tuka was dispatched to the scene and restored order. Is there any other information you need?
Arene. Confrontation. Involving accusations of cheating. I'll ask more questions later.
Very well. I will be here to assist you.
Well, I'd say we've caught out gold this time more than Lussoff, since Lussoff's story, although he didn't mention the incident in the bar, is by no means inconsistent with it. I want to discuss the murder. We know Rickard lied about the sun blinding him while he was shooting, but we need more to go on. Let's examine the relationship of each man with the victim. Hanton told me he barely knew the victim. On the other hand, Rickard and the victim were business partners. However, according to Rickard, they got along quite well. On the surface, neither man seems to have a motive for killing Calder. Handon is lying. Would you believe that? He had rented a speeder with Calder. The Southwards Company record did say that Calder and Handon had rented a land speeder together several times. This shows that he did in fact know the victim. This hardly counts as a motive for murder. I'm afraid I can't accept your judgment on this point. Supposition does not equal evidence. That's actually very fair. If you're unable to deduce the facts of the case, I will have to take these men to the Enclave and deal with this myself. But since you've talked to the suspects, there is no harm in you trying a bit more. I'll continue my investigation. Rickard is lying? They had a fight over business matters. He does not seem like a businessman. He's getting on my nerves. They had a fight over business matters. It's not unusual for business partners to disagree sometimes, but if he found proof Calder was cheating him, things could escalate to violence. While that certainly is a motive for murder, the case is taking shape, however. You mustn't jump to any quick conclusions. Perhaps you should now focus on the murder weapon itself. You might want to see what information the witnesses and the information droid can provide you about the blaster found near the body. If there is anything else you need, I will remain here while you question the witnesses.
Is there any other information?
Tell me about the weapon found at the scene.
We cannot get any more specific analysis from that sample, other than the fact it did not belong to Calder. Is there any other information you need?
Interesting. So he went out on the plane without a weapon.
Very well. I will be here to assist you.
So, what do you want to know?
What about the weapon found by the body?
That blaster? Never seen it before. Calder himself had a preference for Ichani weaponry. He had this one really nice light blaster rifle that he always used. Always wished I could get myself a rifle like the one he had. That blaster ain't it, though. Calder only had the one rifle, too, so he either must have borrowed that, or it's someone else's.
That's all for now.
Right.
How can I be of further assistance?
What do you know about the weapon found by the body?
That blaster was stolen from my house last week. I never knew what happened to it. I hardly have enough money to afford a single blaster, let alone another. I can't tell you how important it is to have a weapon on hand with all these ravenous calf hounds around. Even an Irias can take a man down if it gets in the mood. Every settler has a weapon. It's our most prized possession. I would most appreciate it if I could have it back after you determine that Rickard is the killer. How can I be of further assistance?
Nothing more for now.
Of course.
If it was stolen, there should be a record of it. Or if it was reported stolen.
Is there any other...
Is there a report of Handon's blaster being stolen?
I am sorry, but I seem to be failing you. I have searched and searched, but I cannot seem to come up with anything at all. I thought to find the record of the missing weapon report Mr. Gould filed with the authorities, but there does not seem to be one. Is there any other information you need?
I'll have more questions later.
Very well. I will be here to assist you.
So what have you determined about the weapon found by the body? The blaster is Handon's. He lied about it being stolen. So we have caught Handon in a lie. Interesting. I think we may need one final piece of the puzzle. There was a blood sample on the weapon that had been sent back for analysis just before you arrived. Perhaps you could inquire with the information droid about it. Is there anything else you need? I'll remain here while you question the witnesses.
Is there any other
Tell me about the blood sample.
I have just received back an analysis of a sample of the blood found on the weapon. It had been sent back to the Enclave just before you arrived. The blood on the weapon is definitely not Calder's. Unfortunately, there was a bacterial contaminant in the sample that had been taken back to the laboratory, and it had become degraded. We cannot get any more specific analysis from that sample other than the fact it did not belong to KOTOR. Is there any other information you need?
Interesting. Hello, Stevio. It's lovely to see you. I hope you're well. And I am doing quite well, thank you.
Very well. I will be here to assist you.
Interesting. So the rifle found by the body didn't have the victim's blood on it. I am enjoying the game so far. This is a more involved side quest. It doesn't actually have much to do with the main story. It's just I happen to be walking along and then pulled into a murder mystery. The main characters recently found out that apparently there's some sort of Jedi prodigy and are being trained up to be a Padawan. That's where we're at. Which is quite a way into the game as it happens. We had a longish adventure on an entirely different planet before we even got to this point in the story. So... well, I don't find it that surprising that the victim's blood wasn't on the rifle. But it does raise certain questions. We know the victim was shot in the back, so as I said before, they either weren't aware of the attacker or didn't perceive them as a threat. So perhaps something like my original theory then, that Lussoff took a shot from afar, missed, hit Gould, who he was working with. Gould bled over the weapon. Netic turned around to see where the shot had been fired from. Then Gould shot Netic in the back. That would figure with all the facts. Yes, is there something I can do to help you in this investigation? I want to discuss the murder. I assume the blood on the weapon belongs to the victim, but I want to be thorough. What have you learned about the blood on the weapon? It didn't belong to the victim. That is surprising, so the blood must belong to one of the suspects, but which one? Well, not necessarily, but I think it's quite likely. I think it's Handon's blood. Why do you believe that? He's clutching his side. Handon has been moving oddly since I arrived. Perhaps we should examine a little more closely.
Hey, what are you doing?
There is blood. Handon appears to have suffered some sort of blaster wound to his side. It seems there is one likely scenario. Rickard killed Calder for cheating him in business. While shooting Calder, he must have also hit Handon by accident. Right, but why would Handon then try and cover up? No, they are both guilty. A bold conclusion. Well, most people would not arrive at, but we are not like most people, we are Jedi. Still, I would like to know how you came to this conclusion. We know Calder was cheating Rickard in business, but what possible motive could Handon have for wanting Calder dead? None of these options are brilliant, actually. Because I think at this point we have good evidence that Handon is covering up for Rickard, even though Rickard shot him, which seems very suspicious. and I think warrants, at the very least, arresting them both, regardless of whether we have a motive. But I suppose we could go if he wanted to rob KOTOR due to the fact he mentioned wanting his rifle. Although, to be honest, I think that's a bit of a stretch. Your theory makes no sense to me. As a Jedi, you must be above making wild, unsubstantiated accusations.
Good. I assume I am permitted to leave now?
Oh no. You can go now, I guess.
What? No, damn it!
Yes, Mr. Lostov? Is there something wrong? Do you not feel justice has been done here? Do you not feel you should be taken into the Enclave for sentencing?
No. If I'm going, I'm gonna take him with me. You don't know anything about what happened.
What do you mean?
Yeah, I came out here to kill KOTOR. The Hutt spawn was funneling credits from our business, and we were going under because of it. But if I'm getting caught, I'm not going to go down by myself. You two idiots let the real killer go.
Yes, hand on the motive you've missed. KOTOR was fooling around with his wife. I've known this all along, but I was hoping you would discover this vital information during investigations and realise the importance of it yourself. It appears your instincts were correct after all. It is a shame you couldn't come up with the evidence to support your theory. You should have examined the relationship between KOTOR and Hanton more thoroughly. Surely we could have found some evidence of this.
Yes, you green-skinned nerf herder.
But Hanton's guilt does not absolve you of your part in this, Rickard. If you confess, the council will go easier on you.
I came out here to kill KOTOR, and when I saw someone over by the bridge, I shot him. But Hanton had already killed him.
I'll return to the Enclave with Mr. Lostov, and I'll have Mr. Gold apprehended. It is a minor inconvenience, but one well worth the cost if you have learned a lesson here. In the future, you must always be aware of your responsibilities as a Jedi. You cannot act based on mere theories and suppositions. I knew your theory about both men being guilty was correct, but without proper evidence, I could not allow you to render your judgment. Good day, and may the Force be with you. Oh dear, what a shame. Never mind, at least justice was done. Oh, Cartha's levelled, very nice. We'll probably wait till he's a bit lower on health before we actually level him though, since you get a full heal when you level. Actually, how many are there? Perhaps I'm better off.
Huh?
Starting with ranged attacks. Oh, that was clever. He pulled me into the group. I didn't realise they'd do that.
How you like that?
I think Oluk was a little harsh on us though, because we did have good reason to believe that they were both lying. I admit lying is not the same as guilt, but it's not like our theories were completely unsupported by evidence either. I wonder how I was supposed to discover that though.
Let's go!
That's interesting. Wonder what that structure is.
I will be your doom!
What's going on here? This is unfortunate. I wasn't entirely prepared for this. Do I have energy resistance up, or was that cancelled? Now I do. Good. Well, wish me luck. Ow. Ow. Wait, did you cast energy resistance on yourself, or did you cast it on our opponent?
You are strong. Stronger than me, even in my darkness.
Who are you?
I am Juhani, and this is my grove. This is the place of my dark power. This is the place you have invaded. When I embraced the dark side, this is where I sought my solace. It is mine.
You embrace the dark side? Why?
When I slew my master, Quatra, I knew I could never go back. And now I revel in my dark power. Power enough to crush the life from someone such as you. Or so I had thought.
You slew Quatra, your master?
Yes. I struck her down in the middle of training, consumed by my anger, embracing the power of hate. But it was not enough. What is it you want? Why do you bother me?
Why are you doing this?
I have fallen, and dark power courses through my veins. I can never go back to the council, so here I shall stay.
I just want to talk.
Talk? You who have beaten me so easily just want to talk? I do not believe it. Kill me now while you still have the power.
I have no desire to kill you, Johanna.
Lies. Leave me and come back when you have the courage to finish your task.
Oh, Juhani. Shame about failing that check there.
What is it you want? Talk.
I assume this will just fail. I do not hold anger against you, Jahani. I wish you peace.
Not anger, peace. Yet even with your naive attitude, you managed to beat me. I am pathetic. I sit here and think myself to be great by embracing the dark side, but I am nothing. There is no way I could be turned back. I always thought they held me back, or jealous of my power. This is only because I was not good enough to meet their standards. I never have been.
The first step on the path of true knowledge is knowing that you are ignorant.
I seem to still have much to learn, both about being a Jedi and about myself. But I wish the cost of my ignorance had not been so high. I wish that my master had not suffered because of me.
I feel like I'm supposed to use dialogue that relates to the tenets of the Jedi here. Even in death, the Force will allow her to live on.
If she were alive now, there would be so much I would say to her. So much I would apologize for. I think, in my own way, I truly loved her. How can the Council ever take me back with what I have done? Striking my master down in anger is unforgivable.
Anger, show them that you have freed yourself of this base passion.
If I show them I am free of passion, that I am serene, that I am willing to forsake the dark side, and maybe, just maybe, they would accept me back. Do you think they would? Could it be possible after what I have done?
Your inner peace and harmony will show them your sincerity.
I thank you, Master Jedi. I will return to the Council then. I shall submit myself to their judgment and hope they will forgive me. If only there was some way I could make this up to you. Again, I thank you. I am sure I will hear great things about you in the future.
Goodness. Now, it would be a shame if we get back and find out that they executed her, wouldn't it? We probably should take these items. Not only will they be useful to us, but more to the point, I mean, really, we should take the entire body back. Oh, a Mandalorian was here. What was I thinking? More to the point, if they do want the items back, then obviously we should bring them to them. Protection against bludgeoning, piercing, slashing. Pretty good. So yeah, if we get back and they want the items back, we'll hand them over. Really not a good idea just to leave them on the body in the middle of a open plain like this. And if they don't want them, we'll put them to good use. Genuinely good use. Right, are they still going to attack us on sight? Yes. That's a shame. I was hoping they'd be less aggressive now.
You asked for this.
Right, let's keep going. Plenty more quests for us to do. Hello. There's the Mandalorians. We're... Alright. Let's get ourselves sorted before we attempt anything like that.
What?
I don't think this is supposed to be happening. Or did I use an antidote by mistake?
Ready?
I'm here.
Huh?
Ready?
And we'll level you, Karth. What feature do you think gained rapid shot? I've never been impressed by rapid shot that much. We do have master toughness already. He's already as good as he can be with blaster pistols. Master power blast, maybe? Yeah, I think so. Absolutely nothing else we might want to go for. Implants, possibly. Conditioning could be good, actually. Yeah, I think it's between Master Power Blast and Conditioning. Let's go with Master Power Blast for now.
I'm here.
Right. Let's hope for the best. We'll be using adrenal strength and energy resistance, I'm sure. We'll let them make the first move. Right, they've decided to attack us. Right, same strategy as before. We'll have these two... Please stop changing your target. We'll have those two take out the ordinary enemies. Interesting. So whatever shield they've got up didn't protect them against the lightsaber, so that's probably protection against physical damage, I would guess. Right, so keep this up. So we're focusing out the weaker enemies first to try and reduce the total amount of damage we're taking per round as quickly as possible. While Navarra acts as a tank. And ties up the potentially most damaging enemies. I'd say that went very, very well, all things considered. Mandalorian datapad, eh? Vibro double blade, A strength amplifier. I wonder if that's an implant.
Ready?
What? I'm here.
It's not. Where is the strength amplifier? This device uses microbursts of repulsor lift energy to assist actions in combat, giving the appearance that the user is stronger than normal. Well, it's just a straight up better version of the item we're already using. So that's an easy choice. Where are we now? Central grounds, okay. That must be the droid. Okay, if that's the case, we need to prioritize. No, that's the wrong choice. That one. We need to do everything we can to take out the enemies that are threatening the droid as quickly as possible. Poor mission.
You asked for this.
Oh my goodness. Why must you do this? To be fair, it's not that bad because Navarra's tanky and Mission hasn't been put on the front line this time. Right, let's make sure Mission gets healed up.
What?
Okay, wonderful. I'd say that this situation's been stabilised. C842. Oh my goodness, look how close we were to failing.
Thank you for saving me, Master Jedi. I am C842, a personal assistant droid.
Personal assistance droid?
As I said, I am C842, a personal assistance droid. Although in recent months, the assistance I render seems to have taken on a disproportionate significance.
Uh-huh. I wonder if he ran away. Are you Elisa's droid?
Did she send you to find me? Please do not tell her you saw me.
You're running from her?
Yes, but I have my reasons. I'm afraid my owner became a bit too attached to me. Obsessed, even. She tried to treat me as her dead husband. It was not healthy for her.
But she wants you back.
She is obsessed. She rarely sees other people and appears to be fixated on me as her husband. She was becoming more and more insular. I thought it best that I leave. She may meet other real people this way. In fact, that was the reason I came here and sought out those cat hounds.
You sought them out?
I think it would be best if I were no longer a factor. She would meet new people, living people. Please, will you destroy me?
Fine, I'll destroy you and tell her why you did it. No, you should go back to her. I'll destroy you and tell her you're still out here. That just seems terrible. No, you should go back to her.
But why?
She's lonely and needs your support.
You're right. How could I be so selfish? I must not think only of myself, but of how it affects her. She must be frantic. And if she lost me, she'd be devastated. I must return then. It is my duty.
I hope I made the right decision there. I feel like a certain conversation needs to be had with Elisa. Is that a cave I spy? A cave that might have crystals in it? A crystal cave, if you will? I mean, it would be rude not to. Since we're here. Oh, did I just level? That's nice. Kinrath. Ow. I keep forgetting I have that jump, provided I don't use any sort of special attack. Oh, here we go. Oh, I've been poisoned, that's not ideal. Uh-oh, mission's in trouble.
I'm here.
We should probably clear the eggs. A crystal is found in the remains of the egg. Interesting. The droid that fled from Elisa, C842, ran away because... Sorry, Elise. I knew I was saying that wrong. Elise. Ran away because he feared his mistress was spending too much time focused on him and not enough on other living beings. He wished you to destroy him to force her to live a real life. You could not and convinced him to return to her. No quest related to the trials, though. What about this crystal I just found? Oh, I didn't check the Mandalorian datapad. Jarg went missing in Sector B, then Reza saw someone moving south of there. Take a couple of troops and find out who it is. If they look suspicious, terminate. Jarg, did you remember not to take the XT model bike out today? There was something funny with one of the intakes, and I thought it could jam. Ha, consider yourself lucky. If someone was dumb enough to take that thing out, it would have ploughed right into the ground within a kilometre. The FX visor is designed to enhance a user's ability to target and deal damage when using a blaster. Ooh. Wait. Bonus feat, improved power blast, but we already have that feat, so there's no point. Okie doke. Still haven't found that crystal though. Goodness me, how have I missed it this many times? Show new items. Crystal red. Color red. A faceted crystal used in the construction of a lightsaber. It glows faintly with an inner red light. Okay, so that exists purely for dark side characters, I would assume. Perhaps the idea then is that only a evil character will destroy the eggs. But I'm not convinced by that. More items received. I was snuffing out the innocent life within. Okay, I'll stop it then. Remains. See, that's why I'm not convinced it's such an evil act, because they're dangerous animals. I mean, you could argue that, okay, people shouldn't be coming here if this is where they live. But do you want such dangerous creatures living so near to a human settlement? I'm not sure you do. Or a sentient settlement, I suppose I should say.
Now.
Right, let's see which crystals we acquired. We have green, red, rubat, upgrade item. Used in lightsaber construction, rubat crystal is mined on Themis. It produces a clearly defined blade that a Jedi can easily focus on. Yellow? That appears to be it. Oh, Bondar. This crystal was mined on a far-orbit asteroid circling the Alderaan system. It produces a volatile lightsaber beam that pulses on impact, discharging part of its energy into an opponent. See, I don't think that is where it was mined. If it was unethical to destroy those eggs, then it was unethical to come into this cave at all, knowing that those creatures lived there. Actually, thinking about it, how far have we got along with the Mandalorian Raiders? So the game's still hinting perhaps you've not yet met their most powerful members. That looks like them. Let's level. Well, I say them, I don't mean that's their most powerful members necessarily. Ooh, what are we going to pick? Quite a few good choices. Dueling could be good for us, actually. Critical Strike could also be very good for us. To be honest, there's a lot of really good choices. The downside to dueling is that I may want to use a different type of lightsaber weapon later on in the game. That would be Advanced Jedi Defense would be very good for a tank. Let's go with that. Actually, what would the game have recommended? Critical Strike. Critical Strike is tempting. But I think I'll go with Advanced Jedi Defense. This feature allows a character with an equipped lightsaber to defend blaster bolts at any time. When a character is fired upon, an opposed roll is made against the attack. If the result is greater than the attack roll, the blaster bolt is deflected. If the attack is beaten by 10 or more, the bolt is deflected back at the enemy. I think it's just a must-have for a tank, isn't it? Ooh. It's got to be improved energy resistance. Protect the whole party, surely.
Huh?
Let's level mission. Wonderful. Ooh, she has even higher sneak attack now.
I'm here.
Right. Are they hostile? Yes. Alrighty then. Would I get the adrenal strength from? Here. Right, let's go in. let them make the first move. So far, so good. Excellent. Adrenaline Amplifier, we'll have to give that a look. Another Mandalorian datapad. Alrighty then. Where does the Adrenaline Amplifier go? Maybe it's a usable item? Am I going mad? I'm sure there was an item along those. There it is. Reflex +2. This device improves the wearer's reflexes by triggering prolonged bursts of adrenaline. That sounds dreadful. It is thought to be perfectly safe, with only a few instances of uncontrolled muscle spasms. Right, let's check out the datapad. Oh, two of the exact same text. I wonder if there were drops like this at the last site we, well, were attacked, stroke attacked, and I just missed them. Perhaps something to look out for on the way back, if I remember. I may have made a poor decision here. Albino. Cat-hound. You need to use an advanced med pack now. And again? Uh-oh. That's bad.
Ready?
No, don't use the med pack. Oh no, that may have cost us.
Huh? Take that!
Don't let this be game over. Oh, that was close. Poor Navarra. And our poor medpack supply. I wonder how I should have handled that better. Non-family members are not permitted entrance. Sandral droid.
This is private property. By what authority are you trespassing on this estate?
I'm sorry, I'll be going now.
My orders are clear. Please leave immediately. Only those on official family business are permitted on the family's land.
Okie dokie. So we haven't completely dealt with the Mandalorian threat yet, I don't think. Nope. Certainly not. And we haven't had any luck dealing with the missing sons. I wonder if the Cath Hounds will stop respawning now that we've cleansed the grove. Ah, it wasn't clear who that belonged to, that's why we didn't take that. This quality of life thing would be nice if I had one of the force abilities that allows you to run faster. Just wondering where we haven't been. Haven't been around here apparently. But equally it doesn't seem like there's a lot here. Oh no, they're still spawning. I think we just saw inside, yeah, Mission's head, literally. Let's just slip through here if we can. So we can hand in a few quests, but
How'd you like that?
there's quite a lot we still haven't done and I don't know how to progress with. I take it we can't go in here. Yeah, there would be no reason why we could. But I assume that's probably where one of the sons is, since they were an archaeologist that went missing. We should probably also go to the shops.
How'd you like that?
What Jedi level are we now? 3. Good, he made it back safely.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I don't know what I would have done if I had lost him.
No.
It's just so great to have him back. We're just gonna go right home, right now, and celebrate. Aren't we, my lovely little droid? Don't worry. I'm gonna hug you and oil you and care for you and make sure you never, ever get away again.
Wait, hold on. There's a conversation to be had. Hold on. Elise, please. Not the time, Calf. No, Calf. Why? Speak to Calf.
Yes, what's on your mind?
I wanted to continue a discussion from before.
I thought I said I don't want to talk about it anymore.
Didn't you think you'd feel better if you discussed it?
Listen, sister, just because we're working together doesn't mean you get to go badger me with constant questions.
Do we have another problem now?
Blast it if you aren't the most frustrating woman to talk to. Isn't there someone else you can harass for a little while?
Well, I wouldn't want you to feel harassed. Have it your way. That's very passive-aggressive. What exactly is it about me that frustrates you?
Oh, no. I'm not falling for that one. I wasn't born yesterday, you know.
Alright then, I'll leave you alone if that's what you want.
Wait. I didn't mean it that way. Don't go, damn it. Look, I suppose I could use someone to talk to. I'm just not used to it, and I don't know why you're so interested, but here goes. When I think of all the men who betrayed us, the one that stands out above all of them is the one that I respected the most. Saul.
Saul, eh? That name sounds familiar.
With good reason. Admiral Saul Kareth is the commander of the entire Sith fleet. He's half the reason Malak has done so well in the war. Saul was my commanding officer back when the Mandalorian Wars first began. He taught me everything about being a soldier, and I looked up to him. Saul approached me before he left. He talked to me about how the Republic was on the losing side and about how I should start thinking of my survival. I know now that he was trying to recruit me into the Sith, but I couldn't have conceived of it back then. I argued with him and he got angry and he left. I never saw him again.
How could you have not... Oh. How could you have not seen through that? That's a bit mean. Didn't think he would betray the Republic?
Saul was my mentor. He led us to so many victories against the Mandalorians. Even when things looked to be at their worst, I couldn't conceive of it. He couldn't be serious. I was wrong, of course. He not only left us for the Sith, he gave them the codes to bypass our scanners. I remember waking up as the first of the Sith bombers snuck past our defenses and began destroying half of our docked ships. I knew right away what had happened. I mean, I could have stopped him. I could have stopped it all.
So you blame yourself for trusting a friend, or do you really believe that, or that's why I feel so sorry for yourself? Do you really believe that?
I don't know, maybe. He might have killed me if I tried, or I might have killed him. I was stupid, however, and I let him go. I fought Saul for years now, and if I ever catch up to him, he will regret what he's done. He will regret it.
That's terrible. I feel awful for you. That could be seen as a bit condescending, though, but I think that's the best of the three options.
Well, there's more to the story, I guess. But I don't want to talk about it right now. Let's go.
Okie dokie. Elise. Or Elise.
I must give you my thanks. Because of you, I am once again welcome within the Jedi Order.
Have you spoken to the council?
I have spoken to the council, and they have helped me see the truth. The truth about myself, and the truth of my actions. Quatra's injuries were not so severe as I first believed.
What is that woman doing?
I was foolish to believe I could harm a master such as she with my clumsy efforts. The fierce confrontation between us was nothing more than part of my training. Quatra wanted me to understand the threat of the dark side, to see how easy it was to fall from the path of light.
So where is Quatra now?
After our last battle, Quatra had nothing left to teach me. I needed time alone to explore the turmoil of my own spirit. Only then was I ready to follow a guide. You. Back to the light. When I left, Quatra knew her work with me was done. There are other disciples who need training throughout the galaxy, and she could not stay to see if I passed this most difficult trial. With your help, I have passed this difficult trial. The Council now feels I am ready to continue with my training, though they have asked me to wait here for the time being.
Hey, I'm glad to see you're not getting hung up on all this. The past is in the past, you know?
First the Jedi trick you into becoming an enemy, then they welcome you back as a friend. I can't say I approve of their training methods.
I do not know what the Council has in store for me, but I will trust in the Force and the way of the Jedi to help me through whatever is to come.
Right, where are we going now? To the shops, I think. And then we should probably head out again and think about how we could try to progress some of the other... this isn't where I'm meant to be, is it? Think about how... What are behind those doors, actually? Because they're not locked, so presumably I'm allowed here. Oh, these appear to be people's quarters. Now we can have that conversation. Actually, out of curiosity, what does the journal say? Does it think the quest is over? I think so.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I don't know what I would have done if I'd lost him.
This is quite serendipitous. It's
just so good to have him back. We're just gonna go right home, right now, and celebrate. Aren't we, my lovely little droid? Don't worry. I'm gonna hug you.
Please kill me. I don't think I ever felt so bad for a droid before.
Where are you going now? I have no idea where we're going. Wait, where did she go? Oh, there she is, sorry. Ah. Okay. And she's gone again. I take it she's not where we first saw her. No. Perhaps she's really gone now. Yeah. Again, there's a certain conversation I'd wish we'd had, but apparently the game won't let me. I take it now that they've both left. Nothing has changed. No, it doesn't look like it. It'll be interesting to see if she's reappeared here. Nope, I think I've gone the wrong way. But I've sort of gone the right way. I've gone the way I initially intended to go. So let's buy the things we wanted and then we can head back to the residential area. Welcome to my shop. Feel free to look around. Take a break from the trials of Jedi training. Speaking of which, I hear you've heard about the Kinrath Cave, the lightsaber crystal caves. How did you know that? I have my sources. Anyway, I've got a little proposal for you. Those Kinrath caves are crawling with crystals, valuable crystals. Sure, the Jedi use them to make their lightsabers, but it's not like they need them all, right? I'll pay very handsomely for any crystals that happen to end up in my eager hands. I doubt the Order would approve of such a transaction. It's not like you have to tell the Jedi Council what you're doing. It's not like anyone's going to miss a few extra crystals, right? Anyway, think about it. Bring me those crystals here and I'll buy them from you. No questions asked. You want to keep one for yourself though? You'll need it for your lightsaber.
He makes a good case. It's not like you'd be stealing or killing anyone or anything.
I'm not an expert on the Jedi, but this seems like the kind of thing that could get a person into a lot of trouble.
What's the big deal? It's not like you'll be hurting anyone. There's plenty of crystals in that cave, so what's the harm in giving me a couple? Well, what are you going to do with them then? That's the problem. You wouldn't be the first, you know. I don't think the Jedi Council would approve, but they don't make a big deal about it. They've got more important things to worry about. But enough of this, I'm sure there's another reason you came in my shop. What can I do for you? I'd like to see what you have for sale. Excellent, as always, my selection is somewhat limited. Circa Corp has a monopoly on some of the suppliers, but I'm sure you'll find my inventory is of the highest quality, and I've got a few special items you won't find anywhere else. Yes, hold on. I would consider selling some of the crystals to him if he was providing a very, very high price on the grounds that I could probably do more good with the money than harm. The crystals would cost, right, 57, you must be joking, that's just not worth it. I was thinking if he was offering me, say, 1,000 credits per crystal, I might consider it. But no. Actually, do I have... Oh, at some point I do need to do a big sell, don't I? We can certainly sell the mines, because I don't use them. Right, med packs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You don't have advanced med packs, I take it? That's a pity. Alright, 10 more of these then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We've not had that many normal med packs before, I don't think. But equally, I think previously the total number of med packs we had combined with advanced med packs, that is before we started doing the missions in this area, was greater than we currently have. Greetings, Sentient. May I take a moment of your time for a question? Go ahead. I represent a human citizen of Dantooine by the name of Rundil Ott Sullum. His ranch has had considerable difficulty with Mandalorian raiders for many years. But his young daughter was kidnapped by those raiders many years ago and has not returned. Might you have news of her? Her name is Sasha. Sorry, I've no idea who you're talking about. Or do you actually believe she's alive? Or she's still alive? It's not customary for the Mandalorians to terminate their captives. It is my hope Sasha has escaped or been sold into slavery. If so, I may yet locate her. Sorry, I have no idea who you're talking about. That is too bad. I shall have to continue my search. Are problems with Mandalorians common on Dantooine? I understand they are, though I know little of the history behind this conflict. Someone native to this planet could tell you more. Isn't this something the local authorities should handle? Dantooine is lit in the way of local authorities, Sentient. I asked the Jedi of the Enclave to intervene, but they have far more pressing concerns to attend to. As is often the way on this planet, if a citizen wishes to accomplish something, they must seek to do it themselves. Right, but you're not the citizen in question. You're clearly doing something on someone else's behalf. Is there anything of interest on Dantooine that you can tell me about? There is no large urban centre on Dantooine, if that is what interests you. I find the variety and number of natural habitats to be most intriguing, however. If you get the chance, I would urge you to explore the planet's ranges in more detail. They are quite beautiful. I'll keep my eye out for your girl. I would appreciate that, Sentient. Protocol droid. I greet you, apprentice Jedi Master. Master Zara informed me that your training is progressing most rapidly. I'm honoured to have such a promising pupil in my shop. How may I serve you? Let me see what you have in stock. What do you know of the Mandalorian raiders? Only that they have been a nuisance to the farmers and settlers in the region. They do not have the resources to penetrate this base, so I do not know of them firsthand. Is there something else I can do for you? Let me see what you have in stock. Explore my inventory at your convenience. Settler families have purchased all my droids, but I have many upgrades and other wares for purchase. Oh, that's why we have another shop here for droid-related items. That makes sense, because I hadn't even thought about it, but if we'd had a droid, at the very least we'd need access to repair kits. A droid with us, I mean. Obviously we have T3M4 on board the Ebon Hawk. Welcome to the Jedi Enclave on Dantooine. I do not believe we know each other. My name is Desra Lur Jada. You may call me Desra. You must be the new apprentice Master Zoro's training. I hear you're progressing at an astonishing rate. How are you finding your lessons? It's difficult, but worthwhile. The lessons we learn at the feet of our masters teach us to use the Force for good. They show us the power of the light side and protect us from the dark. Good luck with your continued training. May the Force be with you.
You have done a great thing. One of our own had strayed, but you have returned Juhani to the Order. For this, you deserve the highest praise.
Oh, thank you. Ah, this could be a lead. Ahlan Matale is one of the fathers. Which one was he a father of? The son that disappeared, not the son that would be the second son that disappeared, not the archaeologist, who was the son of the other family.
Why are you bothering me? I'm here to speak with the council, not some servant. Please leave, or I shall be forced to tell the council of your rude behavior.
Okay. You've the look of a seasoned Pazak player about you. I dabble in it from time to time myself. Care for a game? Who are you? I am Salah, and to be perfectly blunt, my business is my own. I do offer you, though, the company of my time for a game or two of Pazak. Care for a hand? Sure, I'll play. Let's get started then. Oh, the wage has gone up, hasn't it? Okay. Right. We'll remove the 1 and put the plus and minus 1 in. We'll remove 2 of the minus 6s and put minus 2s in. I think I'm happy with that. Are you sure you want this to use this side deck? Yes. Okay. Why do I get the feeling I'm gonna lose with such a poor side, such a poor hand? Stand. Right, unfortunately he has the advantage here. Yeah. Because I was forced to... I had the higher cards earlier. Which tends to happen if you go first, but the game always forces you to go first. Okay. Draw so far. He's not used a single card from his hand though, which is a little worrying. Currently we have a lower value than he does, which gives us the initiative. Oh, he's not in such a great spot, is he? No, this has really played into our hands. Doesn't mean we will win this set, but he's already stood on 19, so if I can just find any way to get to 20, I win. Okay. Like so. So I'm behind on hand cards now, which generally means that... which would generally be considered to my opponent's advantage, because it's more likely he will have opportunities to improve his total than I will. But I am one ahead on sets, which is a nice place to be. I think the play here is take another card, see what it is. If I go over, I can always use the -6. By sheer luck, we tied. But it did force a card out of his hand. Goodness, we keep getting the same cards for some reason. I'll stand on 18. Ah. Lady Luck wasn't on our side that time. Whoever wins this set wins the entire game, unless of course it's a tie. We won. Mostly good luck, as opposed to skill, but we won. That last game was closer than it seemed. Want to try it again? Not right now. Ah well, come back if you ever feel up to a game. Actually, I think that is technically rude. I think you are supposed to give someone a chance to win back their money if they want to. But this is of course a video game, and from the point of view of the video game, I'm quite happy with just the one match for now. Right, what's the next priority? We could go back to the Jedi Masters and see if there's any new dialogue opened up. I don't want to complete the final... I don't want to hand in the trial mission yet, because that may advance the story in such a way that we can't go back and complete everything here, but it's perfectly possible that they may have useful things to say about other quest lines.
It is good to see Juhani has returned to the way of the light. You are to be commended for your role in this. Your actions give us great hope for the future. Go to Master Jar and inform him that Juhani has returned to us. I think you may be nearing the end of your apprenticeship.
Greetings, young apprentice. Have you come seeking knowledge of the past? Those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it, or so they say. As chronicler of the Academy here on Dantooine, I find your quest for knowledge admirable, but I do not want to overwhelm you with the long history of the Jedi Order. You should ponder the history of Revan. It contains many lessons you may need if we hope to defeat Malak and the Sith.
I'll be going now.
May the Force be with you.
If you have questions, you should direct them toward the Jedi Council members.
I must congratulate you on your actions. You have saved Juhani and brought her back into the Order, and have given us all great hope for your future success. May the Force be with you as you continue your training.
Okay. So no help there. Where does this go? Oh, I see. Alright, we'll stick to the plan then, and we'll head back out, wrong way, and try to figure out how to progress some of these quests. Some of these missions even. Right, Mandalorian Raiders not finished. I think that... is that the only one we haven't done? Oh, we didn't investigate the two sons, did we?
I hear you managed to return Juhani to the Order. Congratulations.
Thank
I
you.
regret not being able to tell you more, but some things you must see with your own eyes.
That's
Is
fine.
there something I can help you with?
Yes.
I hope your time is well spent here on Dantooine.
Shame, no progress there.
Have you found the Mandalorian raiders yet?
I killed some of them on the plains.
Good. Good. Put them down like the animals they are. But now that you've killed some of them, they won't stop until you've defeated their leader. You must find him and kill him too.
I'll come back if I find their leader.
Thank you, young Jedi.
I mean, more I wanted to just get some indication of where their base is so that I could speak to them. And of course, if they attack me, I would defend myself, but... It's not my intention to just hunt down this individual like a bounty hunter if I can help it. You return? Yes? What else do you wish from me? I must be going now. Oh, what happened to you? I'm a victim, a refugee, yes. I flee. Fled from my world. Once the Sith fleet comes, they bomb my world, destroy it, yes? We've read this before. I must be going now. There's no other way out here, is there? No. Any of the places we've already been. Very odd. Very odd indeed. Ah, could I have left this way? No. No, I could not. Not by the looks of things. Oh, let's not go this way. What was I want? I want to check how close was the leveling, didn't I? Quite close, actually. I'm not seeing anywhere we've missed, but I'll keep looking. Which family had the archaeologist's son? Sandral. could break in there to have a word, but the problem is... that's not likely to be well received. That's the cave entrance, we've been there. Goodness, this is odd. It seems like we've been everywhere there is to be. And yet there's no sign of a Mandalorian leader. Could the Mandalorian leader have taken the missing sons? Perhaps to ransom them? If that were the case, then in this area I'd have expected to find a key to the ancient ruin or something like that. Because I'm just thinking, other than the houses themselves, the ancient ruin is the only place I think we haven't been. Inside it, I mean. Right, this was the grove, wasn't it? Oh, it was both Mandalorians, the two bodies. Interesting that they tried to disturb her. I wonder why. Perhaps they saw her on her own and just thought she'd be an easy target or something. I would say, even though these hounds are still spawning and are still dangerous, they do seem to be spawning in considerably smaller numbers. Tell you what, if we go back to the ruin and we find absolutely nothing, then I'll head back to the Jedi Temple and continue with the Trials quest line. Because as far as I can see, if there's a way into the strange ruins that doesn't in any way involve continuing the Jedi training quest line, then it must involve breaking into one of the landowners' houses, which I'm not willing to do. Yeah, I didn't see anything there. I was initially wondering whether perhaps there was, say, some storage container nearby that I'd missed the previous times that I had been up to the Strange Ruins entrance, but we had a quick look and nope. Looks like it's a fairly straightforward dead end with nothing in the vicinity. Well, nothing in the vicinity of interest at all. Right, let's continue this then. Let's hope there's not a secret fourth trail where we have to do combat with Tsar.
You have done well, my pupil. The ancient grove has been purified, and Juhani's journey down the dark path has been halted. Because of you, she walks once more in the light. But though she was saved, do not dismiss what happened to her. Juhani is both dedicated and true to the ideals of the Order, yet she was still vulnerable to the dark side, as are we all. She struck her master in anger during her training, and injured her greatly. But it was Quatra's choice to test Juhani this way, and it seems to have made its point. Juhani has been redeemed, and you have passed your final test. Congratulations, apprentice. Or should I say, congratulations, Padawan. You have proven yourself worthy of joining the Jedi. Let me be the first to welcome you as a full-fledged member of our Order.
Goodness. I wonder what items we received. There's the infantry. New items. A Jedi robe. I don't think I'll be using that. Members of the Jedi Order typically wear plain or unassuming garments. Now that you've been accepted as a Padawan, the Jedi Council might tell you more about the bigger picture and what you must do. Interesting. Was there a workbench around here? Yes. So, Crystal Rubat, attack +1, damage +1. Or, on hit properties, stun, DC 10, 25% for 2 rounds. What does that mean? 25% for 2 rounds? Like, you'd assume you're either stunned or you're not stunned. How could you only be 25% stunned? I mean, in real life, it sort of makes sense. In the sense that consciousness is more of a sliding scale. You could imagine someone being slightly out of it without being completely out of it, but in terms of game mechanics, what would that mean? I guess we'll go with these two for now. I do like the idea of being able to apply some stun. Actually, how do I verify that worked? Did it work? Did I cancel it somehow? I must have cancelled it somehow. Assemble. Wonderful. DC 10, of course, would be very easy to beat. That's the other part of that I don't understand. If it just said 25% stun for 2 rounds, I would probably assume that means that they roll a d4 in the background, and if you get a 4, then that enemy is stunned for 2 rounds. That would make sense. But to combine it with a DC, am I to believe that they make a roll to defend against it? If they fail the roll, bearing in mind DC 10 is very low, you'd expect the average character to make a DC 10 roll that is with no modifiers, no bonuses, or I'm trying to... penalties, no bonuses or penalties, that they would be able to make a DC 10 roll 11 times out of 20, so more than 50% of the time. For a character that has a high defense against... for a character that's well built to defend against those sort of effects, like Sith, like Jedi, you would expect that to possibly even always fail. So it would seem a bit odd if what that effect actually meant was that they get to make a roll, and then if they fail it, there's still only a 25% chance that it works, because then you would almost never get the stun off. I don't know, maybe that is what it means. 25% chance, it does say chance. Okay. Goodness me, then I think that is indeed what it means. Like, I do an attack. The ordering, virtually, is probably see if it succeeds on its chance, so you'd roll your d4. If you get 4, then they get to make a DC 10 save. So that's rarely going to work against an enemy with no modifiers. That's an 9 out of 80 chance of working, so only about 10% of the time. If they have no modifiers. I don't know what skill you use to defend against it, though. I mean, if it's Fortitude, then Navarra could never be stunned with that weapon, because even if she rolled a 1, she'd get an 11, which beats a DC 10 save anyway, unless they decide that natural ones always fail. If it was Will, she'd have to roll a 1 to fail it, so that's only 1 in 20.
Your training is now complete, Padawan. And perhaps now, it is time we dealt with the matter of the dream you and Bastila shared. When we heard of the ruins in your dreams, Master Doran recognized it as one of a series of ancient structures here on Tatooine.
I forgot that.
This one in particular lies to the east of this enclave. We sent a Jedi to investigate, but he has not returned. Perhaps sending him in the first place was a mistake. The Force is guiding you through your visions. It may be that exploring the ruins is a task tied to your destiny. That is why the Council has now decided you should be the one to investigate this. The secrets to stopping Malak may be hidden within those ruins. You must investigate them and find what Revan and Malak were looking for.
Okay, so my prediction then is that not only does this progress the main story in terms of finding out what was going on with Revan and Malak, incidentally, again, it makes me wonder, if I had agreed with Karth when we first landed on Dantooine and said we should keep moving, would I have missed out on this entire questline? How then would the battle against the Sith have progressed? Anyway, I digress. With regards to the ruins, I predict in there we will find the Mandalorian leader, we will almost certainly find the 2 sons, and we will progress the main story. I'd like to ask you some questions.
A Jedi must ever be seeking knowledge. What is it you wish to know?
Oh. None of these particularly interesting. Is there anything you can tell me about Revan and Malak?
I knew Revan as a promising young pupil. Revan was strong in the Force, but also headstrong and proud. Such traits are not unusual in a Padawan. Perhaps that was why I did not see the true extent of the danger. Many of the young Jedi admired Revan, including Malak. When Revan set off to challenge the Mandalorians, Malak was the first to join the cause. And when Revan fell to the dark side, it was inevitable Malak would fall as well.
Are you saying Revan was responsible for Malak's fall?
Revan was always the more powerful of the pair. When Revan fell, we had hoped the Sith threat was ended. But Malak quickly assumed Revan's role and embraced the dark side as fully as his master ever had. Now, Malak leads the Sith Armada against the Republic. Hate and vengeance drawing him ever further down the dark path, fueling his powers until they have surpassed those of his old master. Only you and Bastila, together, can stop Malak now. The way ahead will be difficult for young Bastila, and for you. But you must draw strength from each other. May the Force be with you.
Fair enough. Yep, I think we do need to take Bastila. Oh, we don't even get a choice. And I think the other member has to be Mission. It's a shame that some of the other characters are falling behind and we won't get more of Karth's story right now. And in particular, even though Canderous is not likewise aligned, shall we say, in terms of the Force, and is quite low level, he was a very good ranged attacker. But at the end of the day, Mission has a lot of utility abilities that we may need, and she is the only member of the roster that I'm aware of that can sneak. Are you sure you wish... are you sure this is the party configuration you want? Okay.
I demand justice! The Sandral family is a blight upon Dantooine. They must be punished.
The Council will look into this matter, Mr. Matale. You must be patient. Your accusations have no proof, and we do not want you stirring up trouble with the Sandrals if there is some mistake.
Mistake? My son Shen is missing. How can there be any doubt the Sandrals are to blame?
There are other possible explanations for your son's disappearance.
Ah, you Jedi are good for nothing but talk. I shall only wait so long before I take action on my own.
As dangerous as the threat from Darth Malak and the Sith may be, we Jedi cannot simply abandon our other responsibilities. The Council has promised Alan Matale we will look into his son's disappearance. Should you have time, Padawan, you may want to investigate this matter.
Just trying to check which son that is. I'm pretty sure that's the archaeologist's son, but I want to be sure. No, it's not. I was wrong. Second missing son. I shall look into it at once.
If Shen Matali is not returned to his father, it may ignite a savage and bloody feud between the Matali and Sandral estates. We must not allow that to happen.
Your study and training are important, of course, but the Jedi are not a cloistered order. Our influence and teachings must spread beyond the walls of our academies.
It is in the real world that we truly prove ourselves worthy of the title Jedi. You would do well to remember this, young Padawan.
The task has its own importance. It may also serve to divert our minds for a short time. Something which carries its own rewards.
Where are you going, Bastila? Why am I being abandoned? Strange. Has Bastila leveled up to have the same amount of experience as the least experienced party member? No. Yes, sorry, I misread that. Yes, she has. Okay, I see. Right, let's get her leveled. Okay, I'm still not clear on how useful awareness actually is, but fair enough. What would you recommend? Disable droid. Disabled droid temporarily shuts down all droids within 5 meters of a target droid, inflicting damage equivalent to the attacking character's level. Affected droids remain disabled for 12 seconds. A fortitude save at a DC of 5 plus the attacking character's level plus the attacking character's wisdom and charisma modifiers will negate the stun and reduce damage by half. I think they mean negate the disable. But that's actually not a bad idea at all. Since we already know droids can be some of the more challenging opponents. Attributes, eh? Yes, actually. Because this will increase our modifier. And in fact, increasing our charisma next time we get a chance won't be a good idea, because there's a lot of Jedi powers that revolve around wisdom and charisma modifiers. Fair enough. Force shield, you think? So a +4 to defense and all saving throws. That probably is worth it actually for when we're dealing with Sith. If you recall, when we last encountered a Sith opponent, we kept getting stunned out. One more level up. Seems good to me. Improve 2 weapon fighting. In her case, that's probably well worth it, since she uses a 2-handed lightsaber. Stasis. I agree. Stasis is the... Although, what about Force Whirlwind? We'll check these two. Stasis is the disabled droid equivalent for... biological enemies. This power encircles the victim in a small maelstrom of air and dust, inflicting 1/3 of the attacking character's level and damage every 2 seconds and rendering them unable to take any action. 12 seconds total. A successful reflex save at DC of 5 plus the attacking character's level plus the attacking character's wisdom and charisma modifiers negates the damage and the immobilizing effects altogether. This power does not affect droids equipped with energy shield hardware. Tough choice. I think we want Whirlwind more. It's a close thing, but we already have Stun, which is very good. Whirlwind will presumably work on both biological and mechanical enemies, although with the caveat that it won't work on droids equipped with energy shields. And as we found before, it was very useful for dealing with the more powerful Sith. Presumably their reflex saves tend to be worse than their fortitude, or maybe that's an individual thing, I'm not sure. But yeah, it's a close thing, but I think it's slightly more useful for us to have Force Whirlwind than Stasis. Could be wrong.
What?
I imagine speedrunners and other people very experienced with the game actually abuse the mechanic whereby a character gets their experience level set to the least experienced member of the party, because they could, for example, keep the main character, make sure the main character is always very well leveled. I suppose they're always going to be, aren't they? Because that's the only character that's going to be definitely involved in every single quest, every single combat, etc. And then they could just make sure at a moment like that, like we just had there where we selected which characters to bring, that they only bring the main character and the character that's about to be leveled. In fact, if I had just done that, I think Bastilla would be one level higher now. Ahlan Matale has approached the Jedi Council and demanded action. He believes that the head of the rival Sandral family, Nurik Sandral, has kidnapped his son. The Jedi Council has decreed that you may investigate the disappearance so long as it does not detract from your main quest. So that makes me think that actually we probably could, in theory, have investigated this all along, just the game wouldn't let us. I'm guessing that now if we walk up to either of the estates, we'll be granted entry. For no particular reason. We haven't had the ability to use Dominate Mind yet, have we? Hold on. We need a heal. Oh, it's getting expensive to heal up. I mean, I suppose in a sense it's a good problem to have. To have so much health that it's difficult to fully heal yourself when you are injured, but certainly is annoying. Let me double check. There wasn't any useful items. No. Not useful items. There weren't any quest related items in there. It doesn't look like it. Right, if we can, let's begin with the mission to do with the sons. If we are granted entry now, then I will retract my comment about the sons probably being in the ruin.
This is private property.
I come on behalf of the Jedi Council. I wish to speak to Ahlan Matale.
You have come from the Jedi Council. Master Matale wishes to speak with you. I will inform him that you are here. Remain at this location until he arrives.
Goodness.
My protocol droid tells me you are here on behalf of the Council. I was beginning to think my demands had been ignored, though I think your time would be better spent interrogating the Sandrals as to the whereabouts of my son Shen.
Any information you might have would be helpful.
I have already told my story to the Council. Why did they not inform you of my circumstances? I did not expect such incompetence from the Jedi, but I shall repeat the tale once more. Many years ago, I brought my family here to Dantooine to escape the crush of humanity on the core worlds. Soon after we settled here, the Sandrals arrived, and they have been a plague upon my house ever since. The injustices the Sandrals have committed against the Matales are far too numerous to name. but the Council is well aware of our many disputes. Recently, I discovered several Sandral droids trespassing on my land.
Okay, that's interesting. Sandral droids on Matale land. What happened to the droids?
My own security droids destroyed the invaders. Not a single one survived. I have no idea what nefarious purpose lay behind their arrival. My own assassination, perhaps? Destruction of my property? Maybe a simple spy mission? I wasn't about to find out. It was shortly after this incident that Shen, my only son and heir to the Matali estate, vanished. Obviously, Nurik, the unscrupulous head of the Sandral clan, has abducted my son in retaliation for the destruction of his droids.
I shall go and speak to Nurik Sandral.
The only resolution possible is the immediate return of my son. Why does the Council insist on stalling? The life of my son is at stake. Is it possible? Yes, of course. Now I understand. I am a man of the world, Jedi. I know how things are done. I will make a contribution of 1,000 credits to the Council in exchange for rescuing Shen from the Sandrals. I will present the credits directly to you, of course. Whether the Council ever learns of this donation is completely up to you.
The Jedi cannot be bought or remain neutral despite your attempted bribe. I understand you are upset. Mattel, rest assured I will find Shen. It doesn't say so, but I think that's accepting the bribe. Make it 2,000 credits and you have a deal. The Jedi cannot be bought or remain neutral despite your attempted bribe. That's probably not the way I would phrase it, but that's the only option I can be reasonably sure isn't going to lead to my accepting the bribe.
Nevertheless, my offer still stands. 1,000 credits for Shen's safe return. Know, however, that I will not sit idly by much longer. Eventually, I will take whatever action is necessary to rescue my son, including raising the entire Sandral estate. Until you find Shen, Jedi, we have nothing further to discuss. I suggest you hurry south to their estate, lest I take matters into my own hands.
Perhaps the two sons are lovers and they ran off together. No, this is the way I was expecting. Interesting how well the armor built specifically for Davik fits our heroine's feminine form so tightly.
This is private property. By what authority are you trespassing on this estate?
I come on behalf of the Jedi Council.
The Council? If you are here because of Shen Matale's disappearance, you are wasting your time. The Sandrals are not involved. This is nothing but a Matale witch hunt.
I'm not in league with the Matales, but I must speak to Nurik.
Nurik left orders he was not to be disturbed, but given the circumstances, I will make an exception. Go into the main hall. Nurik will meet with you there.
To be fair, his son was an archaeologist, so...
I have been informed by my protocol droid that you wish to speak to me.
So it could, in fact, still be in those strange ruins. I'm here on behalf of the Jedi Council. I'm investigating the disappearance of Shen Matale.
I brought my family here to find peace and safety, not to be harassed and treated like common criminals. Your council has no authority here, and I respectfully ask you to leave this property at once.
Jedi are renowned for their fairness in pursuit of justice. There is nothing to fear from us, unless you have something to hide.
I trust you will show yourself out. If not, my security droids will be sure to deal with you.
You are here from the Council, are you not? Looking for Shen Matale?
Do you know something about Shen's disappearance?
My name is Rahasia. Nurik is my father. He has not been himself since Cassis disappeared. He is mad with grief, and he is convinced the Matales are responsible. He's not thinking rationally.
Rahasia... Oh, my memory. The family we've just been talking about all this time. Sandral. So, Cassis Sandral. First missing son. Rahasia Sandral. Daughter of Nurik. Cassis disappeared, which we already knew, but we may as well inquire.
Yes, Cassis was my brother. He was working on archaeological digs here in Dantooine when he disappeared. My father blamed Alan Matale and his son. My father is a good man. When my mother died, he raised me and my brother by himself. He loves his children, and we love him. I just don't want you to judge him too harshly.
Judge him? What has your father done?
You must understand that father has been under a terrible strain. I have no wish to disobey him, but there are matters where even my father's authority is not absolute.
Please, tell me what has happened.
My father has kidnapped Shen Matale. He is holding him prisoner here in the compound. He feels this is a way to get back at the Matales, a way to get even for the disappearance of my brother Cassis.
I see. Well, there is the answer we seek. The Jedi Council should be informed of this at once.
No! Since Cassis went missing, my father has become unstable. He might hurt him if you do that. He no longer even cares if the Matales are responsible for what happened to Cassis. I am afraid my father will simply kill Shen out of a mad, misguided lust for vengeance.
Why are you telling me all this?
Shen is an innocent victim in all this. My father is not a bad man, but his grief has driven him to madness. He must be stopped. Please, find Shen and rescue him before my father does something he will regret forever. I would take you to the prison, but I cannot let my father see me with you. Take this key. It will open an unguarded door at the rear of the estate. You and Shen can make your escape through there. There are many security droids guarding the halls. Please hurry. You are Shen's only hope.
What is the problem between your families? Or, well, we already know that. Why do you care about Shen? Again, not really relevant. May as well.
Shen and I, we have been taught by our families to hate each other, just for being related to our fathers. But I met Shen alone one day in the city, away from his father. And Shen was so charming, so sweet. He didn't care at all that I was a Sandral. He just accepted me for who I was, with no reservations. We talked and met again over months and fell in love. My brother Cassis met him too, and they were beginning to become friends. But then this whole mess had to happen. Please find Shen and free him. You are my only hope.
Alrighty.
Please, find Shen and rescue him before my father does something he will regret forever. I would take you to the prison, but I cannot let my father see me with you. There are many security droids guarding the halls. Please hurry. You are Shen's only hope.
I'll go now. Oh, what is the problem between your families?
Alan Matale and my father have had problems ever since they settled on this world. To hear my father tell it, Alan is a brute and a bully, but a rich one. He feels his credits give him the right to step all over normal people. My father stands up to Alan because no one else will. But now he thinks Alan has taken my brother Cassius and has imprisoned Shen as revenge. Please find Shen and free him. You are my only hope.
So Cassius might actually be in the ruin, whereas Shen clearly isn't. Well, the wise way to handle this would be to go in the back, rather than trying to fight our way through the security droids. Not that we couldn't. It seems like a very reckless way to proceed. Good, I'm glad that worked. I was really worried that that wouldn't work. I was really worried that wouldn't work. Hold on. Yeah, we want to do a normal attack first, followed up by the improved power attacks. I was really worried that wouldn't work, and what would actually happen is we wouldn't be able to get in and the questline would be essentially failed unless maybe we used more forceful methods, which the Jedi Council may not agree with. That went very well.
What?
Right, logically speaking, since this one was mined and the others weren't, this is where I'd expect to find Shen. Okay.
Yeah? Hey there. What can... Okay. Huh? Gotcha. Simple.
What?
Blast. And I'm not here to steal from them. At least there's a terminal in here. I will be taking out more security droids than I'd intended.
I'm here.
Blimey. Look at that. Looks like it may be a animation bug, or if not a bug, then a strange quirk.
I'm here.
Take that.
Yes?
The Force fights with me.
Oh my goodness. That must be the Force Whirlwind. That was very impressive. Right, we're not stealing from them. Oh. Shall we just check if... Okay, that was the wrong choice. I just wanted to see if he happened to be on the other side of that door, but clearly not. Alrighty. You North Hallway. Another door with a mine by it. Corrupt patrol drug targeting program. That would be nasty. That's where we are. I don't like the fact that the cost to do all these things is going up and up and up and up. Interesting. Where was that? Central security room. Repair room. Storage room. Still no sign of the sun. Download area schematic. This is going to cost us the equivalent of 1,000 credits. Personal area map updated. Right. At least now we have information. Holding cell. Wonderful. Which side did we come in? I think we came in this way, so if I just walked around the side, we'd have already done it. I didn't have to go to this in here at all. I think. Although, of course, I couldn't have known that until I downloaded the map, so I suppose the only real mistake was opening that door and destroying one more security droid than necessary.
Huh?
What?
Right, is it in... is... the individual we're looking for is in here then?
Huh? Gotcha. Simple.
Wonderful. I think.
What?
That is Shen Matale. Wonderful.
Who are you? What do you want with me? Are you working for my father?
I'm here to rescue you, Shen.
Rescue me? No. I won't leave. It's too dangerous.
I'll protect you, Shen. Let's go.
It's not my own safety I'm concerned about. I'm worried about the fate of Nurik's daughter, Rahasia. She's been trying to convince her father to release me ever since I was captured. If I escape, Nurik will think Rahasia is to blame. Nurik is insane with grief over the loss of his son, Cassus. If I leave with you, it is Rahasia who will suffer. I cannot allow that.
So my choice is, how can I get to come with me? What if we take Rahasia with us? Fine, stay in here and rot, or if you don't come with me, I'll drag you out. What if we take Rahasia with us?
If you can convince Rahasia to escape with us, I will accompany you. Though I do not know if she'd be willing to turn her back on her home and family. Who could imagine a Sandral doing such a thing for the sake of a Matali? But if she will not go, then I too shall stay. I would rather face my own death than have her face her father's wrath because I escaped.
Why do you care so much about Rahasia?
I was taught to hate the Sandrals, to think of them as evil and subhuman. But from the moment I saw Rahasia one day in the city, I knew that my father was wrong. She was like an angel, all white silks and perfume, seeming to float above the crowds. I don't know what else I could have done but fall in love with her. For months I wooed her and tried to win her heart. I believe I have succeeded, but now this has happened. Our families are always coming between us one way or another. Please find her and convince her to run away with me.
Right. Safest way to attempt this. Well, we're not here to steal from them. Safest way to attempt this is hope she's still where we left her. And go in the other way. I suppose the droid would know. Alright. Pretty sure that's the way we came in.
Yeah?
I'm here.
Okay, this is a problem. No clue on the map where she would be. I mean, if I just started going into any old room, I could break into the room her father is in, for example. This is a problem. There's a door here that isn't locked. But anything could be behind there. Another not locked door. Lots of doors that aren't locked. I guess we have to try our way through the protocol droid. Which carries with it its own risks, but I don't see that we have an alternative.
Urich has nothing more to say to you. He left strict instructions he was not to be disturbed under any circumstances.
My investigation is not yet complete.
My orders are clear. Please leave immediately. Only those on official family business are permitted on the family's land.
Huh? Hey there. Okay. What?
What?
Yeah?
What?
If she is still in the central area we just came from, hold on, let's check the footlocker. Does it have ID? No. If she is, then the only way we're getting through is if we can find a way to defeat the locks on the doors. Either some sort of family ID, or perhaps going through the central security room.
If you can convince Rahasia, who could imagine I would rather fate... Thank you.
Blast! How am I going to do this? Short of just opening doors and hoping for the best, I don't know what to try. Security room. Door. 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 Security room. Security room. Door. Security room. Well, let's begin with the security rooms. Presumably these are the most likely places where... Oh! Security control room. Wonderful. Most likely places where we might find things to help us defeat the security system of the house is what I was going to say. Not a single ID card or anything like that. I suppose it's not that surprising, but it is frustrating. What's this? Very nice. Not what we're here for. Really? Is there no central computer system in here? I thought there would be. Where does that come out? Nowhere useful. I suppose it's a shortcut. I don't like just going through all these security rooms just hoping we stumble across something useful, but I don't have a better idea either. Wait, Sandra War Droid? Why do they have war droids? Prison key. Well, we don't need a key to open a prison. We need a key to let us through to the main part of the house. We can try it though. Nope. Right, let's put it back. I don't see the prison key anywhere. Nope, it's vanished. Alright, well, for role-playing purposes, let's say we put the key back, because I tried. It's not my fault the game won't let me. Goodness me, we must have done so much damage. I can't imagine what the financial cost of this poor man must be. I say poor man, he has kidnapped somebody. I don't know what to suggest. I really, really, really do not want to just start opening any old door. You okay, Bastilla? Because anybody could be behind any given door. And I don't want this to escalate into the death of innocents. You must gather your party before venturing forth. Where is my party? What are we going to do? Part of me thinks we should just go off looking for Cassus, but the problem is, in the meantime, it's reasonable to assume that Nurik will discover what's happened here and be even more enraged. Wait, I figured out the play. I don't like it. And it carries with it its own risks.
Huh?
But it's the only way I can sensibly...
No one's gonna see this mission.
see us making progress. Okay, no one there. I should probably...
Gotcha. Simple.
Right. Because if we could just find one family ID or something like that, that would also solve the current problem, I would have thought. Of course, it's possible that there are no family members back here. We don't know the layout of the house. Perhaps the family members live upstairs. This isn't even servants' quarters. Is that her? Yes! We locked out. Wait for the others to catch up. Good. Good.
I'm here.
Oh, thank goodness for that.
What are you doing here? Have you found Shen yet?
I'm trying to rescue Shen, but he won't leave without you. What's that? Rahasia.
Shen can be so stubborn sometimes. If one of the security droids sees me wandering the halls, Father will get suspicious. I can't risk it, but I know Shen would rather die than leave me here alone to face the wrath of my father. Tell Shen I will meet you outside the gates. I will wait as long as I can, but you must hurry.
Okay. Mission's been a bit botched so far, but mostly we're staying on track.
You're back. Have you spoken to Rahasia?
Yes, she promised she would meet us outside the gates.
I pray she is not just telling me what I want to hear, but I will have to take that chance. Hurry then, we must not keep Rahasia waiting.
Shen, you're safe.
Rahasia! Well, thank goodness you managed to escape.
It was all thanks to this kind Jedi that we managed to get this far at all. I thank you, Jedi, for all that you have done for us.
We should get out of here quickly.
You're right. We should go as fast as we can. I don't know how long it will be before my father realizes we're gone.
You're right. We should.
There you are, Shen.
Father! Mr. Matale!
Rahasia!
Father!
I need to get between these two groups.
Alan! I knew this was all your doing. I knew you had captured my son.
You had taken my Casus from me long before that. You started it.
I don't want to hear any of your excuses. Now I will get revenge for your transgressions.
I feel like you two just need to calm down. It's just going to antagonize them. At least don't make me intervene in this. At the very least, should cause them to see me as a mutual enemy if it doesn't have the intended effect of intimidating them.
We never asked for your help, Jedi. Do not press in matters that do not concern you.
This is an internal affair for my family, and is none of your concern.
You should not interfere with our private business, Jedi. This will be resolved very shortly.
Both good choices, but in very different ways. I'll try the second one again. It makes me the common enemy. Your children should be allowed to live their own lives.
My son doesn't know his head from his backside. I am the only one qualified to be making his decisions for him, and I say that he leave with me right now.
No, I won't. I can choose my own path.
Shen, how dare you?
I am tired of you controlling my life. I love Rahasia, and I want to be with her forever.
And I want to stay with Shen forever, Father.
You two should stay together no matter what.
Don't disobey me, Shen. Come to me now and leave her. If you don't, I'll disown you.
I don't care. Rahasia and I will live on our own if you won't accept us.
You will do no such thing. I am your father, and I order you to come back with me.
No, Father, I won't.
Rahasia, you will not leave with this Matale boy.
I am, Father, and you can't stop me. We're leaving for the Enclave.
You foolish girl.
Let them go. Do not try to force them to return. Do not be so selfish. The do not ones could be contrived as a threat, so I should probably avoid those. I would still try to intimidate them if it was clear they intended violence against each other. But I'm hoping we're past that point. Let them go.
You expect us to just let them leave? Droids, stop them!
You will not turn your droids on my daughter. Droids, don't let them take Rahasia.
We appear to be at an impasse then. And they got away.
It is your fault, darling.
You were always too violent for your own good.
Me? You were the one who rushed out here with war droids.
I don't think ordering them's gonna help. You don't need to fight anymore.
I will not rest until I have my Shen back. The Council will hear of the troubles you caused, Jedi.
Indeed they shall.
Well, the resolution to that mission was very much like the execution of it. I think overall the result was positive, but it was pretty sloppy. Reminds me of that the dice rolling system they have in one of the Star Wars tabletop games, where you roll a series of dice and you can end up with a success with a disaster. You could also have a failure with a boon, or success and boon, failure and disaster, and so on. But success and disaster is possible, and I feel like that's what we just saw there. I notice we've leveled, but I want to save that until we're lower on health. Right, let's make our way into the strange ruins, which isn't here. I think it's in the next area over. And if we're lucky, we'll find out what happened to Cassus. I wonder, is that considered a completed quest? I think so. I wonder why Navarra didn't use her force jump then to close the distance. Right, so far so good. Strange ruins must be even further over. I should be careful here. I want to avoid combat. But if I had tried to split the difference between those two groups, I'd probably have ended up in combat with both. Right, now we finally get to look into these strange ruins, where I anticipate we'll probably find either the missing son or his remains, and we'll probably find the Mandalorian leader, as well as advancing the main storyline. Interesting. Hope we don't have to use any computer spikes here. I wouldn't expect us to need to, given that it's an old ruin, but at the same time we barely have any left. Ancient droid, it is possible, isn't it? This droid is speaking a language you do not recognize. What language is that? What are you trying to say? Bastilla, do you have any idea what this droid is saying?
I think the droid is trying to communicate with us by cycling through a variety of languages. Each time it spoke, it was using a very different alien dialect. The droid can probably understand us. The only problem is it may not have been programmed with the phonemes of a language we can understand.
I can reproduce any of the languages spoken by the slaves of the builders. Hey, I understood that.
I recognize this language as well. It's an archaic variant of the Selkath dialect spoken on Manan. Why would a droid on Dantooine be programmed to speak ancient Selkath?
Communication was worked to ensure the slaves constructed this temple according to the wishes of the builders. But you are not of the slave species, neither are you of the builders. You are like the one who came before.
It must be referring to Revan. The Dark Lord and Malak likely encountered this droid when they explored these ruins.
Making some notes. What are you? Why are you here? I am the Overseer. The builders programmed me to enforce discipline among the slaves while this monument to the power of the Star Forge was constructed. At project completion, all slaves were executed. I was reprogrammed to serve should a builder return in search of knowledge of the Star Forge. How long have you been here? My chronological circuits have marked over 10 full revolutions of the system's outermost planet around the sun since the builders left.
10 revolutions would take more than 20,000 years. If this is true, then this droid is nearly 5,000 years older than the Republic itself. There must be some mistake.
There is no mistake. The builders constructed my chronological circuitry using the technology of the Star Forge itself. My calculations are infallible. Who are these builders you keep talking about? The builders are the greatest masters of the galaxy, the conquerors of all worlds, with the rulers of the Infinite Empire and the creators of the Star Forge.
These builders must have been an extinct people. Though it is strange, there's no record of their existence. Even the archives of the Jedi Academy make no mention of them. In the years before the Republic, the Hutts were a dominant force in the galaxy, but they never constructed an empire. In fact, I know of no species that would fit with this information.
The droid speaks Selkath. Maybe they were the builders. I doubt it. That would be a slave language. Something must have happened to wipe the builders out. Or maybe the builders refers to the Sith? It's a theory. I know nothing of the Sith, but they are not the builders. The builders are... the builders. The empire of the builders is infinite and everlasting. None can stand against their might and the power of the Star Forge. Right, so the Republic is 15,000 years old, approximately. The Star Forge is around 20,000 years old, and it would appear built by an otherwise unknown race of an unknown empire for which even the Jedi archives can shed no light. I do notice that no one's talking about the body of the man that's right next to us. Have you seen a builder recently? I've been here ever since the completion of this monument, and all this time no builder has returned to seek information on the Starforge. What is the Starforge? The Starforge is the glory of the builders, the apex of their infinite empire. It is a machine of invincible might, a tool of unstoppable conquest. Could you be a little more specific? The Starforge is the glory of the builders, the apex of the infinite empire. It is a machine of invincible might, a tool of unstoppable conquest. I wonder if the builders could have been an...
The droid is obviously not programmed with the knowledge we seek. The Starforge sounds like some type of weapon, perhaps. Though in fact, it could be anything.
I wonder if the builders were a slightly... arachnid or insect-like race, as the droid itself slightly resembles with its 4 legs. Not that insects or arachnids, either of those have 4 legs. Insects usually 6, and arachnids as a whole can vary, but most spiders 8. Could it have been a factory or weapons plant?
Maybe. That might explain how the Sith were able to amass a fleet so quickly. But I suspect the Starforge is more powerful than a mere factory. Maybe the droid has more information we can use. It seems to respond to you. Perhaps you should ask it something else.
Tell me about Revan and Malak, the ones who came before us. The ones who came before you, the ones like you, not builders but not slaves, sought knowledge of the Starforge and its origins. They proved themselves worthy. They discovered the secrets of the Starforge locked beyond the sealed door behind me. There was another who failed to unlock the secrets and paid the ultimate price. That must be the Jedi the Council sent.
The droid must be talking about poor Nemo. The Council sent him here to investigate, and it cost him his life.
That was Nemo then. How can I prove myself worthy? Enter the proving grounds to the east and west. Within them, those who understand the will of the builders can unlock their secrets and open the doors. But those who fail will be destroyed by the power of the temple itself. More than this, I am not programmed to say. Oh, so
Revan and Malak unlocked the sealed door and uncovered the secrets of the Starforge. Now Malak is using the Starforge to fuel his conquest of the Republic. We have to find out what they uncovered.
Well,
we have to find a way to unseal these doors to learn more about the Starforge. The Republic is depending on us.
That's a perfectly reasonable hypothesis, but we don't know that's the case. That specifically the Starforge is how they did it, but I agree, it's a distinct possibility. I also note that the ancient droid said that he's not programmed to say more. Not he's not programmed with more knowledge. Just not programmed to say more. Crystal sigil. Oh, am I not allowed to take a single item? I either take both or nothing. I'll take nothing then. Oh, right. East, I guess. That's west. East, I guess. Because we came from north. Is it just combat?
I'm here.
Could you disable this droid, please? It's saved. Keep trying to disable it.
I'm here.
What?
Okay, this thing is scary. Energy shield.
Take that!
Wait, doesn't the power attack reduce our likelihood of success? Let's just go with normal to hit, I mean. Let's go with some normal hits. Ow! Oh, the damage we're doing is terrible. I think we do need to use power attacks.
Yes?
Flank, please. Fortunately, it's tanky but not very damaging.
With me.
If Revan and Malak have already been through here, then that implies something repaired these droids.
You shall fall. You.
Instead of having her disable the droid, I probably should have had her use Whirlwind, although she probably doesn't have the force points for that now. Nope, I take it back. This is going wonderfully. He's mad at poor Bastilla now. Oh dear, Bastilla's not as tanky. I think she'll be okay. Okay.
I'm here.
Could have been a lot worse. Wreckage. Oh, may as well. Ancient terminal.
Huh?
Do you mind taking a look? Mission? The ancient computer hums and throbs as you approach it. Its screen flickers to life and a stream of incomprehensible characters scroll across it. Press a button, press many buttons at random, talk to the computer. Computer skill, attempt to slice the ancient computer. Don't have many computer spikes. Failure. Given no knowledge of the ancient system and an inability to read its output, your attempt is doomed. Talk to the computer. The computer goes silent, the screen blank. A few extremely unusual characters then appear on the screen. The computer emits a rapid sequence of tones. You hear one of those tones softly echoed by your datapad. A small data receptacle opens in the front of the ancient machine. Oh, I hope this isn't a mistake. Insert your datapad into the receptacle. Amazing that this civilization would be so old that the Jedi archives have no record of them, and yet they're still apparently using devices that have the same connectors, such that the machines could physically connect with each other. Insert your datapad into the receptacle. The computer seems to interface with your datapad. The screen goes blank again, and then more familiar characters begin to appear on the screen. Ooh, very nice. It figured out the language. Helsinki, Jafru, Aun, Sohu, Itasukuf. That's not ideal. Talk to the computer. The computer goes silent again, humming softly. It seems to be processing data from your datapad. Your datapad is released from the receptacle and the machine goes silent for a moment before flickering to life again. Data interpretation complete. Language analysis complete. Continue. Interrogative. Identify the 3 primary life-giving seed world types. Interesting. So it's deciphered our language. It clearly has a degree of intelligence to have even thought to do that. Also, if it didn't know the language yet, then it's reasonable to assume that Malak and Revan found another way to complete this. Which is interesting. Unless that what we just went through there is a process that it always goes through as part of a test, but I doubt that. It would be unusual for it to pretend not to know a language and then force you to insert a datapad and so on to pretend to learn it. In fact, it must have learnt this language at some point, since presumably the language that we speak in our datapad operates in didn't exist 20,000 years ago, you'd assume. I'm pretty sure the answer is oceanic, grassland and arboreal, but I'm just double checking what arboreal is. I assume that means forested. In which case it's not so much world types as biomes of relating to or resembling a tree. I thought so. As in arbor. Unless, of course, this is actually a test about the builder race. But if that were the case, why would they consider desert, volcanic, or barren to be seed world types? Unless it's because those are the ones they would target to terraform, and the others already, or the others don't need terraforming. Still, I'm going to guess oceanic, grassland, and arboreal. Country type conducted for life. Additional seed world types. Grassland. Arboreal. Country types conducive to life breaking. Life seal. The engine computer stands silent and still.
I'm here.
I'd be surprised if we had... That's a strange noise. I'd be surprised if the game let us get into a state where we couldn't continue. So maybe that's correct, and it's just a thematic part of this area that we're not given certainty. Another guardian droid.
Yes?
Right, let's have Bastilla force whirlwind it.
Yeah?
Mission, you know what to do. As for us, we need to force jump in there.
I'm here.
I keep saving.
Yes?
There we go. That's what we like to see. I think we just keep going. I think this is generally going quite well.
What can I do?
Uh-oh. Force shield, please. Then perhaps a cure. And whirlwind.
What can I do?
We might lose here. Okay. What more can we do? Sending a grenade in seems like a bad idea.
What can I do?
I don't really have a good idea. Because we don't have any force points left. Oh, please stop that. Let's check the logs. What's actually happening there? Okay, maybe we just have to accept the fact that Navarro's going down. Disengage. Back up. Oh. Okay. This is the time for an advanced med pack, I think. Things are looking up. I was going to suggest we just throw the grenades in, but... Oh well. Annoying, but at least with that advanced med pack, we've bought ourselves some time. Hold on, how does flurry work? Maybe I'm using the wrong attack here. Extra melee attack. While Navarra is acting as tank, that's worthwhile. The moment the droid turns their attention to Bastilla, that's no longer the case. Okay, I think we're slowly wearing the droid down. Things I could have done that would have made this go better is if I had used items like the Adrenal Strength and possibly the Adrenal Stamina if the freezing weapon is a Fortitude save. But going into this I wouldn't have known this was going to be such a devastatingly difficult battle anyway. Right, time for a level up, I think.
What?
Looks good to me. Powers. What power do we want to go for next? Cure is tempting. What would the game recommend? Stun. I disagree. It's not that stun is bad, but I think there are much better things we could go for. Force resistance. This power affects some protection. This power offers some protection from direct force power attacks of Jedi opponents, possibly negating their effects. The attacking Jedi makes an opposed roll using a d20 plus his level versus a DC of 10 plus the defending character's level. If the attack result is greater, the attack succeeds. If the defender's total is greater, the attack has no effect. Force resistance lasts for 60 seconds. Restricted by armor though, that's the problem. Otherwise that would be fantastic for our tank. Just a second. Right. Sorry about that, let's continue. I still don't know what restricted by armor actually means. Maybe I should check the manual. No reference to... Oh no, I misspelt that. Typoed. Heavier armor encompassed by restricting dexterity modifiers. For example, a character with 18 dex receives a +4 defense bonus. A heavy battlesuit provides defense 6, but restricts the maximum allowed dex bonus to +1 for a total defense rating of 10. Characters with exceptionally high dex may be better for relying on a combination of their unrestricted modifier and lower level armor, or even no armor at all. It would have to be a very high bonus, though, to provide the equivalent of 9 defense. I mean, that would mean they'd have to have a dexterity of 28, I think. Is there a list of force abilities? Force powers, even. Yes. Right, what does it have to say about force resistance? Fortifies a Jedi against force-based attacks, granting a good chance of negating their effects. Yeah, I still don't know what it means by restricted by armor, though. This power offers very good protection from direct force attacks of Jedi opponents, possibly negating their effects. The attacking character makes an opposed roll using d20 plus his level versus a DC of 15 plus the defending character's level. If the attacker's roll is greater, the attack succeeds. If the defender's total is greater, the attack has no effect. Force immunity lasts for 60 seconds. This power allows the Jedi to move very swiftly, pressing his or her body to its physical limits. For the duration of this effect, 36 seconds, movement speed is doubled and 2 defenses gained. This might actually be worth it. Not just for the... It does say restricted by armor though. What does it mean by restricted by armor? I'm gonna look this up online, I think. Because this really should be in the manual or explained in game. Some force powers are restricted by armor, which means they cannot be used while the Jedi is wearing it. Okay, well then it would have been nicer if it said something like disabled by armor or impossible while wearing armor or something like that. But still. Okay, so any force ability which is restricted by armor, unfortunately Navarra won't benefit from. Slow. Hold on, I'm checking the DC levels. The successful will save a DC of 5, plus the attacking character's level, plus the attacking character's wisdom and charisma, is pretty poor. That would only affect low level enemies. Oh, this is dark side. Suffer as though poisoned unless a fortitude saving throw is made at a DC of 20. Failure causes the loss of 7 points from each physical attribute. 1 point every 3 seconds over 21 seconds, and the target is slowed for the duration. Plague has a DC of 100, making it impossible to save against its effects. Cause the target to suffer as though deathly ill from poison, losing 12 points from each physical attribute, 1 for every second over 12 seconds. The target is also slowed for the duration. Plague is restricted by armor though, while the others aren't. So even though it's dark side, I don't think that's a good choice for us. I was just thinking it might be useful to have some debuffs, but... This power causes fear in a single creature, such that they carry in the fear of the attacking Jedi for 6 seconds. Successful will save at a DC of 5, okay, plus other things. This power causes all hostile creatures within 5 meter radius. DC of 5. That would be good for crowd control, not so much for... not so much for a single target, which I'm more worried about in terms of boss fights. Individual powerful single targets, but the DC's too low to have any great chance of coming off against, for example, a Sith. Shock. Restricted by armor. Force push. That's a good one. throw lightsaber. Honestly, not a lot of good choices here. It feels like cure and heal are the only good ones. Force push and then force whirlwind and so on, those are good. But the problem with that, well, it's not so much a problem, but the thing to bear in mind is that we already have a character that can use them. And yes, that character won't always be available. Depending upon the mission we're on, who we need, obviously. But oops. But we probably do. We probably still want to be. If we're going to start doubling up on force powers, we really do want to be sure that's the right thing to do. This power allows the Jedi to exterminate an enemy at range with a single thought, causing a target to choke for 6 seconds, inflicting damage equal to half the target's maximum vitality points. If the target makes a fortitude save versus DC 5 plus the attacking character's level plus the attacking character's wisdom and charisma modifiers, they are not choked but instead suffer damage equal to the attacking character's level. This power does not affect droids. I think it's got to be Cure. But the problem is, Cure really is out of combat. It just doesn't heal enough to be worth it in combat. There are much better things you could use. So just to recap, which ones could we use? Cure. We've got those. Stun. Stun droid. Wound. Slow, but the most extreme version of it isn't available to us, and it's dark side power. Fear, which wasn't great because of the save was quite easy. Shock we can't do. Force push. I don't know what to go for, to be honest. None of them seem like great choices for Navarra. Let's go with Cure. I maintain none of these are great choices, but at least having some self-healing that's not based on med packs could be very useful going forwards out of combat. We'll wait on leveling the others until they're lower on health.
Yeah?
Ancient terminal. The ancient computer hums and throbs as you approach it. Its screen flickers to life and a stream of incomprehensible characters scrolls across it. Talk to the computer. The computer goes silent, its screen blank. A few extremely unusual characters then appear on the screen. The computer emits a rapid sequence of tones. You hear one of those tones softly echoed by your datapad. A small data receptacle opens in the front of the ancient machine. Oh, this is actually an interesting idea now I think about it. That computing is so old that there could be protocols that are literally tens of thousands of years old that all computers speak, but the way that software development has gone is such that people don't really have a fully comprehensive idea of what's in their software. You could imagine if it reached the point where software was so so comprehensive, there was so much to it that the actual systems themselves have been designed in a way that you just layer things on top of things on top of other things, and to an extent the device is intelligent enough to spot bugs, try and fix them, etc. Then you could end up in the situation where you really don't know everything that's on your device, and you could have legacy code going back to civilizations that you didn't even know existed. It's interesting. Insert your datapad into the receptacle. The computer seems to be interfacing with the datapad. The screen goes blank again, and then more familiar characters begin to appear on the screen. Hunsuki, Jusufsa, Oiun, Sohu, Itasukuth. Talk to the computer. The computer goes silent again, humming softly. It seems to be processing data from your datapad. The datapad is released from the receptacle and the machine goes silent for a moment before flickering to life again. Data interpretation complete. Language analysis complete. Continue. Interrogative. Identify the 3 primary death-giving seed world types. Desert, volcanic and barren, I assume. Volcanic and barren. Planetary type conducive to death, breaking death seal. Oh, breaking life seal, breaking death seal. I see. So presumably we're now allowed through to the next area. You are neither builder nor slave. If you seek the secrets of the Star Forge, you must prove yourself worthy. Only then will the sealed door behind be opened. Okay, I'll be going now. I shall remain here as programmed by the builders. Well, it should be opened now. Oh, it is open. Okay. Careful, does it? We don't know what we're walking into.
What can I do?
Bastilla, why don't you cure yourself? Did you just buff me? That was nice, but probably unnecessary. Okay. Perhaps these droids Revan and Malak dealt with and they weren't restored? Have I just walked into the area I was before? I feel like I couldn't have. Yes. I have. I got my bearings wrong. That's on me. Okay. Interesting banners. So presumably these banners are supposed to have been here for 20,000 years and haven't degraded at all. Unless of course they were put there by Raven and Malak. I just realised there's a very real possibility Raven could be here. Depending upon what the Star Forge does. That could be a problem. Interesting that a lot of the facility has fallen down, but not too badly in the areas we need to get to. Okay. Alright. Wait, why will my map not pop up? And where's mission? Why are you waiting behind? This game is acting a bit weird. I can't seem to select things. I can't use escape to bring up the main menu. I think it may have bugged out. Fortunately, our last save wasn't that long ago, but I may need to restart the game. Yeah. Maybe it didn't expect me to drop both seals before I went to the main door, but that seems unlikely. Oh wait. Ah, I can get to the main menu this way. Okay, new slot. Bugged? Question mark. Load game. Bugged. Ah, mission's catching up. Okay, so at least some of the problems have been fixed. Can I speak to her? Yes.
Okay.
I don't know what went wrong there, but at least some of the problems we're having seems to have resolved themselves. Escape even works. Wonderful. Problem is, it's possible I'm on the other side of some sort of trigger now. That after we walked past a certain point, something was supposed to trigger and it didn't.
Hey there, what can I do? Okay.
Not a lot seems to be happening. Wait, nope. That was Bastilla there. For a moment I thought I could activate that device. Let's try leaving and re-entering. Or maybe I need to speak to the ancient droid? You have proven yourself worthy. The sealed door is open. If you wish to learn the secrets of the Starforge, you must pass through the door to the room beyond. I shall remain here as programmed by the builders. You've encountered an ancient droid in these ruins which purports to be a remnant of a vast, ancient, galaxy-spanning civilization. What happened to this civilization of builders and what else lies deeper in the ruins, you do not know. You've also found the fate of the Jedi who had been sent to investigate earlier. It would seem he had been slain. Right, so here's the plan. We leave the area, we re-enter it, see if that fixes the problem. If it doesn't, then I have to reload an earlier save, of which we only have one, and hope that that wasn't too recent. If all that fails, I may just have to do some searching about on the internet. Because I'm pretty sure something is supposed to happen here, and it's absolutely not. Okay, load. Was this before or after we'd activated this device?
I'm here.
After. So this must have been just before we went through the door. Looks that way. Speak to the droid now. You've proven yourself worthy. The sealed door is open. If you wish to learn the secrets of the Starforge, you must pass through the door to the room beyond. I'll be going now. I shall remain here as programmed by the builders. Now, let's hope things work this time. I don't think that happened before. I think we're good. Yes! Good thing we had a save.
This must be what Revan and Malik found when they entered this temple. This must be where their journey down the dark side began.
Why would you assume it began here? This could be the middle. What are you talking about? Sounds rude. What is it?
This is a map. Some sort of intergalactic navigational chart. Revan and Malik must have used this to lead them to the Starforge. We could use this map to follow their path and find the Starforge ourselves, but we must be wary. They may have laid traps or concealed what they found.
The problem is, why would you assume Bastilla would know this? So my choice is, so what is the Starforge exactly? Or I still don't understand about the Starforge. What does it do?
I don't know, but Revan and Malik were very interested in finding it. It must be a tool of some type, or maybe a weapon. Perhaps the Council can tell us more. But I think this map might be the key to finding the Starforge, whatever it is. See this world here? This looks like Korriban, a Sith world. And if that's Korriban, then this is Kashyyyk, and Tatooine, and here's Manan. But there are pieces missing. Incomplete hyperspace coordinates. corrupted data, and there doesn't seem to be anything indicating where the Star Forge itself might be.
Perhaps those worlds have more clues.
I was thinking that too. This map can't take us to the Star Forge, but I know that Revan and Malik visited Korriban at least once. Perhaps they discovered something more there. They may have found something on each of the other worlds that completed this map. Maybe if we find all the pieces, they'll lead us to the Star Forge, and some way to destroy it. We must inform the Council of what we've discovered. They must decide our next course of action, though I suspect our task has only just begun.
So we didn't find the missing archaeologist, son. We'll find out what his fate was. Also, how did they make a copy of this? If they went to the other planets to get the other maps, how did they make a copy of something three-dimensional like this? It's not like there's a receptacle to plug your data pad in and then have this all downloaded. Very odd. Also, it's a bit odd that we haven't just been teleported back to the council. That suggests something's supposed to happen on our way back, I would suggest. Perhaps we get ambushed by the Mandalorians after we defeated some of their men. Perhaps we get back to the council chamber and it's in ruins because the Mandalorians have raided it. As has been sort of hinted towards might happen at some point. You know, in the sense that these Mandalorians always seem to be more aggressive than we ever expect them to be, and oh no, of course they wouldn't attack the Jedi base on Dantooine. Is that the name of the planet? My memory. Yes, Dantooine. Because the Jedi base is just too hard of a nut to crack. Well, we'll see. I'm not interested in doing battle with you. Okay. Not too bad so far. No sign of an attack. Okay. Bastilla seems to have something on her mind. Perhaps you should talk to her about it. Speak to Bastilla.
How can I help?
You look like something's bothering you.
No, not bothering me. Not exactly. I've been thinking about what the Jedi Council said about the two of us. There is a bond between us. I do not dispute that. I can feel it, as I'm sure you can. The nature of that bond and its effect on our mission remain in question.
Doesn't the bond mean my presence is necessary? I'm not sure that's true. I don't believe in this bond, regardless of what the Jedi Council said. Again, not necessarily true. I still don't understand what this bond of ours. That's probably a fair point.
Our fates are strongly connected. So connected that a literal bond has been forged between us. I saw your service records when you were transferred aboard the Ender Spire, but nothing beyond that. I know very little about you. I'd like to ask you some questions, given our relationship.
Okay, I'll answer a few questions.
Don't worry, these are simple questions. Nothing too intrusive. First, what kind of background do you have?
Interesting reversal of circumstances here now, isn't it? Now we're not asking the questions. I'm a hardened human form plotting to overthrow the Republic. Nothing extravagant, I'm a soldier.
Good. On which planet were you born?
Duralia, it's in a remote system. Why? Or Kashyyyk? I'm a Wookiee, can't you tell? I see how they don't actually give me much choice here. I can either take this not very seriously, or I can take it seriously. I don't actually get to choose the planet. Okay, we were born on Duralia.
Excellent. The current age is?
Wasn't all this in my service records? 3012, healthy living, you know. I'm sick of answering questions. So again, we don't actually get to state our age. Wasn't all this in my service records?
Yes. Well, the truth is, I was studying how you responded to my questions. Your reactions helped me judge you. This was a test for me to learn more about your character.
And what did you find out?
You were honest, which is good. And you treated this as a serious matter, which it is. This bond we share will shape both our destinies. It is not to be taken lightly. But I imagine you've had enough questions for a while. So many things have happened to you since Taurus. It's probably a lot for you to absorb. We can speak again later, after you've had time to think about all this.
Here we go. This will be the attack by the Mandalorians, I imagine. Maybe not. Wait, how did... Excuse me? Am I going mad? Did I just turn around and walk back out? Maybe I did. I must have. Huh. Well, never mind.
Ah, you have returned, young Padawan. Have you discovered what it was that Revan and Malak sought in those ruins?
Like, no, I could not find anything. With Bastilla right there. We found an incomplete star map and mention of something called a Star Forge.
This news of a Star Forge is disturbing. Action is required, but we must not do so in haste. We must discuss recent events in light of this new information.
We should consult the Jedi archives to see if there's any mention of the Star Forge and what it might do. We must learn why Revan and Malak sought it out.
Return to your ship with Bastila, and we will summon you when we are done. Padawan, you have done well in discovering the star map hidden within the ancient ruins. But there is more you must do in the battle against Malak and the Sith. We Jedi know victory over the Sith will not come through martial might. The Council has a mission for you, Padawan.
I've consulted our vast archives in an effort to discover the nature of this Star Forge, but all my efforts have been in vain.
Still, the Council are in agreement. The Star Forge must be found. Revan and Malak sought it out when they began their tragic fall. The Star Forge is surely a powerful tool of the dark side.
The star map in the ruins showed you 4 planets, but it was incomplete. It did not show the location of the Star Forge itself. We believe there may be similar star maps on other planets. Each star map is likely a small piece of a larger puzzle. Find the star maps on Kashyyyk, Tatooine, Manam, and Korriban.
Right.
We believe they will lead you to the Star Forge.
Let's write those down. Kashyyyk, so we get to visit the Wookiees. Tatooine, why is that so familiar? Manam, I know, was the place from which the dialect that the ancient droid spoke apparently originated, although it was archaic. Korriban, no idea. Tatooine. I know I've heard that before. Like, I say I've heard that before. Not just, you know, I'm fairly certain there were maps in the old Star Wars Battlefront games based there, but I feel like it was an important planet in the Star Wars universe for some reason. Tatooine was a sparsely... Actually, I probably shouldn't be just reading this out verbatim. Oh, was Tatooine the planet in which Luke and why can I not remember his name? Luke and Anakin grew up on? I think so. So that's where all the pod racing was as well. I bet that's not a coincidence. We're probably expected to do pod racing on Tatooine. I'm ready to do the Council's will.
The Jedi numbers have been ravaged by this war, by defections to Malak's cause, and by Sith assassins. But we realize the importance of this mission. Yet if we send a company of Jedi Knights with you, we would surely draw the full attention of Malak and the Sith, dooming your efforts to failure.
Am I to undertake this task alone?
Secrecy is our best defense against the Sith. But it would be foolish to send you on this quest without someone to aid you, young Padawan. Bastila will accompany you, for there is a powerful connection between you two. A connection that might be the key to unraveling the mysteries uncovered by Revan. And Juhani has also asked to accompany you.
Oh.
After long deliberation, we have granted her request.
Juhani nearly fell to the dark side. Perhaps her presence will serve as a reminder to you of the dangers of that path.
Great, Bastilla and the Catwoman. I didn't realise she was supposed to be cat-inspired. I thought the eyes, the strange eyes, were probably influenced by the dark side. And as for the rest of her, it just looked like an alien appearance. I didn't realise it was specifically based off a cat. There are others I want to join me.
Of course, those who aided you on Taris will also come. They possess skills you may find useful in your quest. Remember that secrecy and discretion are paramount to your success. You will not be able to hide the fact that you are a Jedi, nor should you. But the true nature of your mission must not reach Malak's ears. You may return here at any time. Dantooine will be a sanctuary for you, a safe haven. Here you can find supplies and whatever advice or other aid we may give you.
When do I leave?
You can leave whenever you wish. The sooner the better. The longer you wait, the stronger Malak becomes. But first, a warning, young Padawan. The lure of the dark side is difficult to resist. I fear this quest to find the Star Forge could lead you down an all too familiar path.
The fate of the galaxy is in your hands, young Padawan. We pray you are up to the challenge. May the Force be with you.
Interesting. So it looks like I could actually have a party consisting of 3 Jedi now, which is interesting. If Juhani is good at stealth skills, then this may be the optimal party.
Shen and Rahasia have been welcomed here in the compound for as long as they wish to stay. I am glad that your help enabled them to remain together.
Wonderful. Let's see if we can find out about Cassus.
Rahasia and I cannot thank you enough for what you have done for us. Now we will finally have a place to share our love, without fear of reprisals from our families.
I'm just glad I could help you out.
Rahasia and I can spend the rest of our lives together. All thanks to you.
Good luck to you both. May you find the happiness you deserve.
I am sorry we have nothing of value to give you as a reward. Our families have cut us off completely. Had the Council not taken us in, we would be foraging in the wilderness to survive.
What are your plans now?
The Council will let us stay here as long as we want, though I know Shen and I are both hoping our fathers will forgive us and welcome us back into their homes. If not, we will try to build a future somewhere else.
I noticed Juhani isn't walking around anymore. So that's probably because she's a selectable character now. Interesting that the other quest lines just sort of stopped here. Perhaps they're completed on a different... The Jedi Council have said that you'll be accompanied by Juhani, a young KOTOR Jedi. She seems to still be troubled by her emotions. Perhaps in time you can help her. I should add that to my list of alien races, though. When I can find it. It's a long way back. There. So which quests do we have left? The Jedi Council instructed you to seek out the ancient star maps scattered about the galaxy in the hopes of uncovering the location of the mysterious Starforge, as Revan and Malak did before you. We assume. Dantooine, you've encountered some of the Mandalorian raiders plaguing Dantooine and slaying them. They did not seem as organised or as powerful as you had been led to believe. Perhaps you've not yet met the most powerful members. That's the weird thing. It clearly is a Dantooine quest, so where are they? There were other references to the Mandalorians taking certain people and then they're being enslaved. We never found the son that was an archaeologist. I assume there's nothing more to do here. We could check this compound for the missing son, but I suspect we won't be allowed in and won't have any way to break in.
Master Matali has left orders to deny you entrance into the estate. He suspects you to be in league with the Soundclouds. A grievance will be filed with the Council for your actions.
I'm sure the Council will realize these accusations are completely unfounded. The Matali grievance will fall on deaf ears.
I figured as much. The thing is, we seem to have explored every accessible area on this planet.
Huh?
No,
What?
no way in. Oh well. I suppose we just head to the next planet. I have no other ideas. Remarkably strange, though. You don't think it's because I didn't loot this that I never encountered the leader, do you? What did those data pads say? Jarg went missing in Sector B, then Reza saw someone moving south of there. Take a couple of troops and find out who it is. If they look suspicious, terminate. Jarg, did you remember not to take the EXT model bike out today? There was something funny with one of the intakes and I thought it could jam. Ha, consider yourself lucky. If someone was dumb enough to take that thing out, he would have ploughed right into the ground within a kilometre. No one's come to collect it. Oh, did we? Okay, apparently we automatically looted it. I didn't mean to do that, but... Tell you what. We'll have one more check by the location where the last group of Mandalorians we fought were. And assuming...
I'm
Hold on.
here.
Huh?
I'm here.
Assuming there's nothing there, we'll just... move on to the next planet. It was over here, wasn't it? I just don't get it. Maybe the Mandalorians attack us when we try and leave the world? Perhaps they attack us in space?
You'll never get
Poor cat found. Not really its day, is it? Yep, so I've no ideas about how to progress those. Path north. Have we missed this all along? No. No, we haven't. That just goes back to the main area where the Jedi Enclave is. Yes. Sorry, I thought we were already in this area, but we weren't. Nope, I'd say we've done a thorough enough search. Bit of a shame not to have turned anything up, but not really anything else to be done either. Let's head to our next world. We didn't have a big boss fight in this world, on this world, did we? Previously, every little quest line... Oh, Padawan, a word if I may. There are many rumours about your most recent meeting with the Jedi Council. There is talk that they are sending you on a mission to help us against Malak and the Sith. I don't think the Council want me to speak openly of this mission. Please understand that I'm not asking you to reveal anything that could endanger the Order or the Republic. Whatever task the Council has given you is for your ears, not mine. Only wanting to wish you well and to warn you to be careful. There are many evils out there, many dangers. The Sith are not the only minions of the dark side. What could be more dangerous than the Sith? Master Dorok has been training me to succeed him as chronicler here in the Academy. In my studies I have come across tales of creatures that are born of the dark side, monsters of pure evil. The worst of these abominations is the Tyranitar, a creature that feeds on the blood of those who are strong in the Force. Over the centuries, many Jedi have fallen to their ravenous hunger. Add this to my notes. Born of the dark side, feeds on blood of those strong in the Force. If this creature really exists and isn't just a fairy tale, then where on earth does it find enough food to survive? What makes this creature so dangerous? The Tyranitar is a predator, and we Jedi are its prey. They are incredibly strong, with a primal cunning, and they have an inborn resistance to the Force. There were some who believed that Tyranitar is a monster bred by the ancient Sith and spread throughout the galaxy. I missed a bit. Fortunately, the Tyranitar is quite rare. They only dwell in the most dangerous and darkest of places. In fact, one has not been seen in nearly 40 years. Then why are you so worried about them now? This is not the first time the Tyranitar have vanished for long periods of time. Many believe they can lay dormant for years, only to rise and hunt when the power of the dark side waxes full. I fear Malak's rise may have woken these creatures from their dormant state. Once the Sith are beaten, I would not be surprised if the Council organised another great hunt to try and exterminate them. The Great Hunt? What's that? The Great Hunt was organised by the Jedi Council shortly after the war against Exar Kun. Jedi were scattered throughout the galaxy, helping to rebuild from the devastation. Many Jedi vanished during this period, disappearing from a variety of worlds without warning. We did not know what had been... They didn't know that they had been slain until their mutilated bodies began to, I missed a bit, probably appear. The Council investigated and discovered the Tyranitar were behind the killings. It was decided the galaxy had to be purged of these insatiable monsters. though the cost proved high. So the Jedi just killed these creatures, or cost? What cost? Many Jedi banded together and journeyed to the planet that was suspected of harbouring the Terentatek. The Great Hunt did not rest until all the creatures had been slain, or almost all. Wait, so they're spacefaring. How else could they get to multiple worlds? There were still rumours of Terentatek on the planet of Korriban, a dark world some believed to be the birthplace of the Sith. That is where Exar Kun was corrupted during the First Sith War. They never went to Korriban. The Council, fearing more Jedi might fall to the dark side, declared the Great Hunt was officially over, though 3 Jedi were appointed to continue the work. It would have been nice if the Council had mentioned these things to me before they sent me there. The work of killing the Terentatek, you mean? The Jedi chosen to continue the hunt on their own were Durun Queldroma, Gunhan Shashash, and Shayla Nur. These 3 shared a powerful bond, and each of them missed a bit. The Council felt that together they would be able to defeat any Terentatek they found, and by supporting each other they could resist the temptations of Korriban and the lure of the dark side. But none of the 3 survived. Their master felt them become one with the Force when they left this world. He believed they were slain by one of the monsters they sought. The Council felt it was too dangerous to send anyone else in search of their remains, so their exact fate is not known, but let their death serve as a warning to you, Padawan. I want to ask you some questions. If you have questions, speak to Master Dorak. He is the chronicler of the Academy here on Dantooine, and is far more knowledgeable than I. I'll be going now. Then may the Force be with you. Security droid? Beep beep. Beep oop. I don't think we'd ever been back here. Not that there appears to be anything here to look at, in particular. I wonder why there was a green 0 on me, as if I'd just healed 0 hit points. Ooh, I don't think we've actually been here in character before, walking around inside the ship.
I feel I must apologize for the way I acted towards you before in the Grove. It was wrong of me.
You thought the dark side had consumed you. It is nothing.
I am sorry for attacking you. I am sorry for thinking you would only try to kill me. I hope that by helping you in your task, I may redeem myself in your eyes, and in my own.
Do not worry, Juhani. I forgive you.
Thank you. It is most reassuring to know that you can forgive me, even though I tried to take your life. I can only hope that, in our time journeying together, I will succeed.
Juhani. Juhani has apologized for the way she acted towards you. She seems to be very hard on herself for her actions. If you talk to her more, you may find out more about her. Well, you say very hard on herself, but she did try to kill us. I mean, that's no reason why we shouldn't be forgiving and supportive, but equally, I wouldn't say she's if she took it more lightly, then that might be concerning. This is the galaxy map, the Ebonheart's onboard navigation computer. When you are ready to leave Dantooine, you can use the galaxy map to travel to other planets around the galaxy. A destination is stored in the Ebonheart's computer from the last trip Devik made with it. Really? That's curious, isn't it? My guess then is that... Oops, cancel. Hello.
Mission, is that you? It's me, Lena, remember? I was dating your brother back on
Ooh.
Terrace.
Lena? What are you doing here? Where's Griff?
I'm just passing through. Griff and I broke up a few months after we left Terrace together. Probably for the best. Your brother can be charming, Mission, but he's bad news.
Don't you start trashing my brother, you cantina rat. Take that back or I'll smack you so hard your head tails will pop off.
The head tails.
Mission, what's wrong with you? Why are you acting this way?
What was my note on the Trilak? A long way back. I had hair tentacles, head tails. Unfortunately, I think both responses are a bit disrespectful to either of them. But at least this is stating Mission's point of view accurately, as she sees it. You took her brother away and left her all alone on Terrace.
You've got your facts a little backwards. Mission could have come with us if she wanted to. It was her choice to stay behind.
You liar! Griff told me that you didn't want his little sister tagging along. That's why he had to leave me behind.
Is that what the hut spawn told you? I wanted you to come with us, Mission. I even offered to pay for your ticket. Why not? I paid for everything else while I was with that freeloader. But he told me you didn't want to leave Terrace. I said we shouldn't even go then. But he said we'd come back and get you after we struck it rich on Tatooine. Just another one of his lies.
No, you're the one who's lying. Griff wouldn't... He wouldn't try to leave me behind.
So my choices are, why should we believe you, Lena? Maybe he thought you were better off on Terrace Mission, or maybe your brother isn't the man you thought he was. Let's go with maybe he thought you were better off on Terrace Mission.
Think about it. If Griff wasn't trying to ditch you, Mission, then why didn't he tell you where we were going? After we left Terrace, he told me looking after you was holding him back. Griff's always looking to blame other people for his own problems. That's why he abandoned you. He did the same thing to me too. As soon as I ran out of money, he started blaming me for all of his problems. Like it's my fault his get-rich-quick schemes never work out.
So where is Griff now?
Still on Tatooine as far as I know. Not that I really care anymore. And if Mission was smart, she'd forget about that no-good con artist.
But Griff is my brother. I just can't pretend he doesn't exist. If he was here to defend himself, Lena wouldn't be saying all this bad stuff about him.
Hey, if you want to talk to Griff, go ahead. Last I heard he was going to make a fortune working the Zerka Corp mines on Tatooine.
Ah.
But as far as I'm concerned, he's out of my life forever.
Griff's better off without you anyway, you table-dancing, brother-stealing home wrecker.
I guess that's my cue to leave then. I didn't mean to upset you, Mission. But one day you'll see I'm right about your brother. I only hope it's not too late by then.
Blimey. And we only saw that because I accidentally walked out of the Ebon Heart. Bastilla seems there's something on her mind. Perhaps you should talk to her about it. Speak to Bastilla.
How can I help?
I wonder if Lena would have turned up on any planet, or if it had to be this one. You have something you want to ask me?
I do. How did you know?
Educated guess from the way you keep staring.
I'm a Jedi. I am far too disciplined to betray my emotions with outward physical displays. We both know the real reason you have some idea of what I'm thinking, the bond we share.
Maybe.
Our connection allows us glimpses into each other's mind. We can feel some of what the other feels, and what I feel within you troubles me. A Padawan must receive considerable training. They must learn to control their emotions and darker impulses. Often it takes years before using the Force can be considered safe. The fact that you are so strong in the Force and have had such relatively little training could have terrible consequences. For you, and for everyone around you.
You could warn me when I do something bad. Blink once for dark side, twice for light. What do you think I should do?
I don't think there's much you can do. If things were different, I would recommend several years of training under one of the Jedi Masters. But I fear that won't be possible. Thankfully, you've exhibited a degree of compassion and self-control up to this point. I sincerely hope you can maintain these traits in the future. We must all resist the influence of the dark side. It's everything we are fighting against. This is doubly important for you, with your natural affinity for the Force.
I will try.
That's good to hear. Without the proper training, however, I'm afraid you will find the path difficult even with the best of intentions. There's great danger ahead for both of us. Our destinies are intertwined. Everything one of us does will have consequences for the other. Any reckless behavior on your part is likely to affect me as well.
It works both ways, doesn't it? You could help me stay strong.
Yes, that is true. I will do my best to guide you, but I am no master. Not yet. And there are times when I find the sheer strength of your power almost overwhelming. Your power could be a gift or a curse. When you need guidance or advice or support, I will do my best to help you stay on the path of the light.
I would appreciate any help you could offer.
I only hope I have the wisdom to help you through the dark times. But for now, we should return to our mission.
Right. Which way is it to the galaxy map? Through here, I think. No. Huh. Interesting. That must be the engine room? That makes sense, because this would be the front of the ship. Oh, was Dantooine the last place? Was that the place that, no, that's where we are. Maybe Dantooine was the place that Davik had already prepared in the navigation computer, and perhaps we weren't supposed to see that message so late in the game. Yavin? These coordinates point to a small space station orbiting the gas giant Yavin. That's the odd one out, isn't it? Not that I don't take our main mission seriously, I wouldn't mind investigating what's so special about Yavin. There may be some loose ends to tie up there, we'll have to see. Goodness. I hope I haven't made a poor decision here.
Lord Malak, the Star Forge is operating at 200% capacity, far beyond our expectations.
I am more interested in the young Jedi Bastila and her battle meditation. Have you learned how she escaped the destruction of Taris?
She was aided by Karth Onasi, a decorated war hero of the Republic and a legendary soldier. During the Mandalore Wars, he was honored many times for his bravery.
You know this man?
Yes, Lord Malak. He served under me when I still followed the Republic. You could say I was his mentor.
Interesting. How did you acquire this information, Admiral?
An eyewitness, Lord Malak.
What has happened to Lord Malak's...
Calo Nord, a bounty hunter, was there when Bastila and Karth escaped the planet. Apparently they left him...
I thought so.
A Jedi and a war hero. It's a wonder you survived the encounter.
I am hard to kill, Lord Malak.
Calo has agreed to help us capture the young Bastila for a very hefty fee, of course. But I assure you he is well worth the price. His reputation as a bounty hunter is well earned.
Her companions are nothing to me, Calo. But I desire the young Jedi taken alive, if at all possible.
Lord Malak, forgive me. There is something else. May we have a private audience away from the ears of the common soldiers?
I trust you are not wasting my time, Admiral Kareth.
I promise you will be very interested in what Calo has to tell you about Bastila's other companions, Lord Malak.
Uh-oh. So what happened to Lord Malak? Why does he seem to have a robotic neck and a robotic voice? Saul Karath. That's who the Admiral was. Right, looking at the time, we'd better stop there. So thank you for coming, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll be streaming again on Monday, then on Friday, then on next Saturday, at least that's the plan. All the streams will be from 4 o'clock BST, British Summer Time. So once again, thank you for coming, and I hope you all have a wonderful night. Good night.